regret we are slightly because there are two directors of IMF who got stuck in the traffic and they're just about to reach in about 5 minutes. The program now, we have with us a chief guest, Captain Daniel Josephs, and we have the entire team of IMF as well. So, can I request the IMF team and the chief guest to come up on stage for lamp lighting? So, can I request Captain Daniel Joseph, please, to come on stage? Also, can I request Vivek Rastogi ji, Aishwarya Pilankar, Saurabh Sharma ji, Arun Saini ji, Ujjwal Chaudhary ji, and Captain Prasanjit ji to come on stage. Sham Veer Singh ji also, can I request him to come on stage, please? Request Ashish Singh ji to please come on stage. Can I request the hotel staff to please shift it? Thank you. So next on our agenda is welcome speech from the Chairman of IMF. So can I request Vivek Rastogi ji to please come on stage? So he is a founder chairman of IMF, owner of Divine Ship Management, also the owner of Ronnie Ship Management, and well diversified into the film and the hotel industry. Vivek Rastogi ji, all.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. The distinguished guests and estimated colleagues and friends, good afternoon and welcome to the IMF conference. It's my great honor and privilege to welcome to all of you in the International Maritime Federation conference. Due to as a chairman of IMF, that such a diverse and enthusiastic gathering in the individual estimated united by the shared purpose. Today, it's a marks of a moment for us. We come together and discuss how to do the maritime fair practices. Now we have that Dr. Daniel Joseph with us, and he can describe all the things with us, and we can do something better. As chairman, I want that everybody's, as per the member line or without member line, if IMF, who is doing the IMF, RPSL companies, who is having the practice for the recruitment and placement, come here and do the discuss betterly and betterment for the International Maritime Federation and the Shipping Federation also. Thank you so much and welcome to all of you again. Thanks.
Thank you, Rastogi ji. Can I request now Aishwarya Gupta Pilankar to please come on stage to brief the guests on the IMF and for the subject of the day. So Aishwarya Pilankar ji is a leader in the Indian maritime sector with over 20 years of experience. As one of the few women in the industry, she specializes in global recruitment, ship management and vessel chartering. Expertise includes bunkering and ship compliance. Aishwarya's strategic vision and operational skills makes her an outstanding director in ship management. Over to you, Aishwarya ji.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Good afternoon, esteemed guests, industry leaders, colleagues, and all my friends. It's both my honor and privilege to welcome you to the International Maritime Federation Conference, Recruitment Practices, its Impact, Analysis, and Insurance. Today we come together not just as a professionals, but as a key stakeholders in shaping the future of maritime industry. A future built on fairness, sustainability, and innovation. IMF stands as a lighthouse in the maritime sector, illuminating the path towards ethical practices, regulatory excellences, and collective growth. Since its inception in 2014, IMF has been champion for welfare of seafarers, a guardian of ethical recruitment, and trusted ally to shipping companies navigating complex challenges. Allow me to reflect brief on some of the significant milestones of IMF. Addressing fly-by-night operators. IMF took bold steps to eliminate unethical requirements, practices, spearheading the say no to non-RPSL, champion and collaborating with FSUI to protect seafarers from exploitation. Marex was our key media partner then. Our voice was heard, and the process of e-migration system just started and established after this. Support of small and medium RPSL companies. By recognizing the unique challenges faced by smaller players, IMF has empowered them within house services for documentation, helping thousands of seafarers gain access to proper certifications, credentials, and safer work opportunities. by successfully operating the FAL Center. Advocacy during crisis. Whether during the Gulf abandon crisis or the COVID-19 pandemic, IMF has led delegations, negotiated with governments and supported seafarers in repatriation, wage recovery, safe travel, quarantine, sign on and off process, and so on. Global collaborations by IMF directors team for visiting and engaging with Iranian authorities to resolving international grievances has demonstrated its competence to create a safer and more equitable maritime ecosystem and our dedication towards the safety and well-being of the seafarers. Team IMF is also working on different agendas like CIP, age norms, RPSL, DG portal and penalties, gender sensitizations, forming expert committee for MLC and CBA, workshop on mental health and well-being, revision on welfare dues and etc. Our contribution have not only strengthened the requirement and recruitment practices but also influenced national policies with key recommendations adopted by Director General of Shipping. Today, IMF proudly presents a diverse membership including small and mid-sized ship owners, RPSL companies, marine institutes, and also some DG-approved maritime doctors. But our work is far from over. As the maritime industry evolves, so must we, whether it's addressing insurance challenges, advancing recruitment risk management, or ensuring compliances with international standards. IMF continues to stand at the forefront advocating for ethical practices and sustainability growth. Ladies and gentlemen, the IMF is more than an organization, it is a movement, a collective force committed to uplifting seafarers, empowering businesses, and driving progress in maritime industry. Joining the IMF means becoming a part of community that stands for integrity, fairness, and collaboration. It means having a voice in shaping policies, addressing grievances, and building a future ready with maritime ecosystem. Today, as we dwell into critical issues like recruitment ethics, risk management, and innovative solutions, I urge you to see IMF not just as a resource but as your partner, a partner in advocacy, in growth, and in transformation. At this point, allow me to mention that we have had invited Director General of Shipping and Additional Secretary to Government of India, Sri Shyam Jagannatham, for this event, and he was very keen on being here with us. However, due to official commitments and critical statutory events arising out of public services, he is presently required to be in his office. Instead, he has requested officers Captain Dr. Daniel Joseph, DDG Shipping Crew, to represent him here. Also, he has shared this letter with us and a small video which I shall play now. You can play the video, please.
Namaskar. I am grateful to the International Maritime Federation for taking forward this initiative of convening a conference on the 13th of December, which is centered on recruitment practices, its impact analysis, and insurance. We are aware that India is a foremost seafarer supplying nation, and manning agencies have a very critical interface in ensuring that proper practices are followed so that we do not have challenges subsequently. There is a dark side to the international trade of shipping. India today has 600 plus cases of abandoned seafarers. There are multiple cases that are reported where illicit practices, surreptitious practices which have been done by RPSLs are resulting in illicit gratification for themselves but causing pecuniary loss and cheating by fraud to seafarers. This acts as a disincentive to individuals who are young, promising, bright, and want to join the mercantile marine force. We need to rectify this, and it is platforms such as this which will take forward the rightful manning practices. As the Maritime Administration, we have a 5-pronged agenda which we are putting forth. The first is basically a social media engagement where we will flag the rights of the seafarers and how to disincentivize any violation of such rights right from the very inception of a cadet entering the portals of a maritime training institute. The second is try to work out an electronic platform which revises the old technology stack to a new RPSL module which is effective, transparent, accountable, and end-to-end automated. The third strategy is to take steps which are to penalize and to take steps to prevent action which is illegal and not as per the RPSL rules. The fourth is to have a regular interaction with the industry, be it ship owners, be it ship managers, be it crewing agencies, or be it seafarer unions, associations, or seafarers per se, through the MLC compliance board. And the fifth is to bring in a 24/7 grievance helpline. Based on these 5 pillars, we intend, in partnership with efforts such as what today the International Maritime Federation is doing, to take forward an effective crewing strategy to ensure the Maritime India Vision 2030, which proposes to increase the levels of seafarers' contribution from 12 to 20% by 2030 in India. We should all remember, shipping is resilient but also cyclical. These are challenging times geopolitically, technologically, and while we address aspects such as just transition, we also need to ensure every right that the MLC promises should be provided for a seafarer on the Indian flag. And if an Indian seafarer is working on a foreign flag, to ensure that the Maritime Administration stands by the seafarer as an ambassador of our country. I wish the deliberations the very best, and we expect that you will partner us in this journey. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
I would like to thank DG Shipping, Shri Shyam Jagannathan, for sharing his thoughts relevant to our event today. I would also like to welcome and thank Captain Daniel Joseph, DDG Shipping Crew, for his gracious presence today. I understand that discussions are also being held elsewhere about the questions such as CCTV cameras, abroad merchant ships, etc. I know that we here also have thoughts and opinions on such pertinent matters and hope that our voice get opportunities to be heard as well. In the beginning, bringing the spotlight, let me just get the spotlight back to the event. Let us embark today's journey together. Together we are amplify and our impact, champion the rights of seafarers, elevate the standards of our industry. Let us build a maritime sector that reflects the values we hold dear: fairness, sustainability, and excellence. Thank you for being here, for your commitment, and for your belief in this shared vision. Let's make this event not just a discussion, but a milestone in our journey towards better maritime future. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Aishwarya. I request our chief guest, Captain Daniel Josephs, to please come on stage. Can I also request Vivek ji and Aishwarya ji to hand over the bouquet to our chief guest? Yes, sir. Thank you. Can I ask Captain Sab to please stay on stage? So Captain Daniel Joseph, DDG Shipping Crew, is presently posted in MMD Mumbai and involved in registration, mortgages, engagement and discharges of Indian flagships. Includes survey activities such as port state controls and surveys, flag state inspections, statutory surveys, etc. Also involved in DG Shipping Crisis Management Response Team and Crew Branch for resolving seafarer crisis issues. Handing over the mic to Captain Daniel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I have been given 30 minutes precise to talk on the initiatives. So what I will do, because we are already late, and the presentation which I have been giving is everywhere. I'll be sharing this presentation also, and this is being shared everywhere in the WhatsApp groups and wherever I'm going to connect with the seafarers. So what I will do, rather than saying the same thing again, I will just highlight the finer points, because DG sir has already said the strategies which we are going to do. So I will just highlight the finer points, and then I will leave the session open, because you will be having a lot of questions. So I will try and address those things of what DG Shipping is doing, because always the directorate is a punching bag. So whatever happens, DG Shipping is at fault. So as I was discussing with my schoolmate, Mr. Captain Shravan, so the same thing he was also echoing. See, India is a very, very big country, a democratic country with large population. Making a policy is not easy. First of all, making a policy is difficult because so many diverse views are there. After the policy is made, implementing is also a challenge. So there are challenges, but these can be overcome with everyone's support. So with those words, I will proceed with the, which side I have to show? Okay. So these all things I have already spoken, but on the good part and positive part, there will be a shortage of 26,000 officers as per ICS report, but we expect this figure to be higher, because of the current geopolitical situation prevailing because of Iran, Russia, Ukraine war and other Syria issue, So because of this, Indian officers are in much demand and there is a huge demand of highly qualified technical officers. So this demand is going to go up only, and the directorate has lot of initiatives in place to cater to the Maritime India Vision 2030 goal, where the aim is to increase the seafarers' strength from 12 to 20%. One side, we will promote and go everywhere to promote what is the seafaring career, but at the same time we need to be also cautious that onboard berths are available. It should not be mismatched that we get people here and there are no strength onboard placements are not available. So it has to be multi-pronged strategy which we have already devised, and there is a goal, Maritime India Vision 2030 deliverable, and we are all working on those lines. So you will be seeing a lot of changes coming up in the coming months in the directorate related to policies related to the growth of seafarers and onboard placement strengths. Okay, I will be concentrating more on this aspect because this is a very, very peculiar issue and very, very touchy issue. India has a dubious record of being the top nation where the seafarers are abandoned for consecutive third time, and I'm very hopeful that on the fourth consecutive year we will be not on the top list. So it is very, very alarming and very, very sad that we are on the top list always for the third consecutive time. So we have taken a lot of steps to arrest this thing and not to be there and get down at least, So we have taken a lot of steps, and if you can see of late, this figure has from 65, it has today's figure, it has gone to 464. This 68 has increased to 480, and also vessel strength has increased to 67. So that was earlier, but today's figure is different. And if you see, this is the category breakup wise, how many seafarers are abandoned worldwide. Category 1, where the P&I certificate is valid. Category 2, P&I invalid. Category 2, arrested, and the other one is resolved one. So how this fraudulent practices happens? These are the three ways which is happening, and I'm sure everybody is aware of this, how it is happening. So it is happening, this is what it is. The agents are very smart, not the RPS agents, the errants agents, they have tie-up with the third-party agents. These third-party agents are hand in gloves with the errant agents. They collect the money, and if anything happens, the agent goes absconding. So these are the third-party agent types where they get hand in gloves with the RPS agents and they have nexus and cheat the aspirants. The second one is more better and refined one, where the seafarer is also hand in gloves with the RPS agents. So what they do, they agree that they are ready to go on some vessel or they go on some dry dock, emigrate, and then they are placed on one big tanker or big ship as a master checker entry and all forge entries in the CDC, and they come back and they get the sea time for their COP or COC examinations. That is the second type. The third one is immigration to the business visa mode, where the seafarer is happy to just get money. He goes through a business visa, but then ultimately he goes there and he is caught and he is in trouble. These are the three modes which are happening. So what directorate is doing, I'll quickly go through these things. These are the steps which the seafarer has to take to get out of this situation. Scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3 is much more difficult because it is a legal issue where the lawyers get involved. So these are the steps, approaches which we have promulgated through our DG website, through our notices. So what we have done, these are already numbers which are helplines which are available. So getting our number, it will take some time because we are having a dedicated, we are in the process of creating a dedicated portal and dedicated helpline number. So that is taking time. So meanwhile what we have done, we have collated all these numbers and have promulgated these numbers to seafarers, and we also have requested, also through your medium, I want to tell them that in your contracts, whenever you are signing, please share these numbers which are already available. These are 24/7 helpline numbers which are available, and they will ultimately relate to DG shipping. So these numbers are there, and we have promulgated these numbers. Directorate is working on a number which I will come to subsequently on that. So at present, DGCOM is the nodal. There is a 24/7 helpline number which is available, 8657549760. So we have dedicated team of radio officers and master mariners sitting in Nahabhavan, and they receive calls, they receive messages in WhatsApp, and it is relayed to the concerned official for necessary action. So please take note of these numbers and share these numbers with your seafarers, and also if possible, whatever contracts SCA, CBA you are giving, include this in the SCAs and share with the seafarers so that they know whom to contact. Also we have created a dedicated Gmail, but you will get a proper mail also on this when the 24/7 dashboard is ready. So this is available on DG website. Also we have created a DGCOM casualty for response online. So this is available in DG website. Anybody can go, any emergency they can act upon. The most important thing, we have proceeded with a comprehensive grievance module. This module will be the separate module which will be dedicated for crisis and grievance response related to seafarers, MTI and RPSL issues. So this will be a separate dedicated module. Work is already in progress, where it will be an app-based module where the seafarer can use the phone and make complaint and choose necessary sub-menu and get it to the concerned attention of the officer. So this is flowchart, and we have incorporated this escalation matrix in the complaint system. So if you see, the yellow marks are the one where it will go, the process in charge will complete the task. If the task is not completed there, it will be escalated to the next level. And if you can see, many places it is written in red. These are related to the timeline. So now we have fixed timelines. If your application or your process is not completed within that timeline, it will get escalated to next level. And if you can see, many places there are 0, and I have crossed it. So that means there was no timeline. So if you can see, many places we have included 4 days, 3 days, 4 days. If it is not resolved, it will go to the next level, up to the highest level of DGS. We have bought policy changes. We have started blocking the indoors of the seafarer, and also the immediate blockage of the RPS agents who are involved in the abandonment issues and other surreptitious practices. So till date, 71 companies, RPS agents, we have taken actions against them, and they are under process for some suspension, for some revocations, and actions are being initiated in last 6 months. Also, 234 seafarers indoors numbers have been blocked, their CDC suspended, and actions are being initiated. So actions are initiated against not only the company, also against the seafarers who are involved in the surreptitious activity. Also, we have introduced e-migrate system, necessary changes of alert, SMS alerts have been brought in. Also, mandatory field of sign-on with the port of joining has been included, so that seafarer is aware which port they are going, and also it is easy for us to track which port they are going, and we have started closely monitoring these ports, because we are aware which ports are notorious ports where the seafarers are getting abandoned, and we have started tracking those ports. Also, we have introduced the CIP thing, which is under discussion, because industry has a lot of reservations on this. So already talks are there on this. I'll not talk too much on Sagar Mein Yog and Sagar Mein Samman. These are additional initiative of the directorate. So this is the figure. Someone was asking me, why don't we block the IMO number itself? So I would like to say a little bit why this issue is there. Please understand, the system which we have is a 2012 system, the present e-governance. So there were issues, there were challenges, and we have noted down this, and unfortunately there was first tender which, in government the procedures are very rigid, you have to follow the procurement manual norms. So it went through, finally that tender was issued. Unfortunately, after 6 months, the company which had taken the tender went bankrupt. Okay, then the project was shelved. Again we tendered it. Government processes are tedious because it is involved with the taxpayers' money. Then it was done again. It went to the ministry. Finally, the tender whom it was going to be awarded backed out, because what they said, what they quoted the figure was not up to the mark. So they backed out. So then there was a lot of issues. That tender also went off. The third time we were lucky. It was a detailed tendering process. Lot of changes we identified, and it was given. The tender was supposed to be given. Then somebody did a court case. One of the prospective bidder. It went to court. Then it took almost 6 months. Then the judgment was given in the directorate favors that everything was transparent, and the tender was awarded. Finally, tender is awarded to CMS. For last 3 months, the team has started working, and nodal officials have been identified. Directorate is working. Our aim is by the next year, September, they will deliver. So you can take it October or November max. So the system should be completely paperless, completely state of the art, and the only thing which should come from your mouth after seeing the system should be, wow. That is our aim. My DG also is always saying that this is the word the seafarer and the stakeholder should say. The comprehensive grievance module, which are the 4 steps, we had series of meetings with the current vendor ARI, who is already working on this. So on nomination basis, on subjective justification, we have got this nomination done, and they are working on this module. So the comprehensive grievance module related to the seafarers grievance, the app base should be possibly ready by April. That is what is the target. So by April we will have this dashboard ready for the seafarers and for the stakeholders for utilizing, including the crisis. As you are all aware, MS bill already has been tabled. We have introduced criminal liability for the RPS agents who are not following the norms. At present there is no such provisions available. Introduction of basic course. We are planning to introduce revise the course which is related to PSSR and include this awareness regarding the abandonment and surreptitious practices followed by the RPS agents. Also, the 5 basic courses, the CDCs are being issued on the 5 basic courses. So there is a review, a committee is being formed, where we are going to review whether the 5 basic courses should be continued. Basis 5 basic courses CDC issuance should be continued or not. If it is continued, for which category, hospitality or the technical or the fitters. So we need to work out on these strategies so that the maximum cases which we are seeing is related to the seafarers who are related to these courses, who are not aware of the surreptitious practices which are being followed by the RPS agents. Also, we are working on this repatriation fund, where is a Section 8 company is being worked out, and this will be as per the Companies Act, because we are facing a lot of issues. I will give you analysis example what has happened. I am getting a call from ministry. So this repatriation fund through the BG, we are working on the Section 8 company. I will give you example. Presently there is a vessel called MT Chem. This vessel is detained and abandoned off Iran. Owners have abandoned. RPS agents as usual absconding. I don't want to name them. The bank guarantee is there, but bank guarantee is only for the repatriation of the tickets. Who will pay for the legal? There is no ship owner, no union, nothing. So entire onus falls on the directorate to support them. So that's why we want to have a Section 8 company where such cases, ek to hai, we have to do such screening that these seafarers don't go in such companies and such places and get abandoned. That is one thing which I told you we have taken series of steps. What happens to those who are already there and are struck? So I give you a live example where for last 1 week we are working with these seafarers who are struck in MT Chem. 12 seafarers are struck for 6 months. And the seafarer also doesn't complain. For 6 months they are quiet because they know they have their sea time is finished. After getting their sea time, then they start jumping that salary nahi mila, khana nahi mila. They don't tell within 1 month or 2 months. And especially related to, pardon me telling those flags, but it is related to flag of convenience related to Togo, Palau, Honduras. These are the flags which we are having problem. So we write to flag, they also don't respond. We write to the country flag, the port state control, they also don't respond. What they will do? They will detain the vessel is already detained. Who is going to support for the cost of the repatriation, for the legal, whatever fees are involved? This is a complicated case and we face such challenges only. There was a case earlier related to Global Challenge, similar case, but then we worked out through ITF and other well-wishers. Obviously, I don't want to name their names because they have told to keep it confidential. We have worked out on those and we have got 28 seafarers back from 3 vessels who were stuck for 1 year in Iran. ये मुहिम तो चालू है, but I need support from you all that whenever you send people to Iran, Malaysia, Sarawak, Saudi, UAE, all ships owners are not bad, but I can see there is a thing which is related to the risk assessment. So please go back and do a risk assessment, whether you can employ or continue employing or continue practicing the practice which you are following now. There has to be a revisit, risk assessment done and see whether we can continue on those lines because the figures are alarming. Also, we are working with the unions. When we speak to ITF, they tell, okay, it is very difficult to put an ITF inspector there in Iran or such countries because of the political situation. What do you do then? Also, they have their mandate, union, that they have to be member of their union, then only we will support. Then what do you do? The associations, unions will come forward. I don't think unions are coming forward. So we are having a deliberation. Already MOU discussions are on with ITF, that we want to tell them whether these are your members or not. Please support them through legal assistance, So that is being worked out. Also, we are working on an authenticated job portal for freshers, all freshers, and especially junior officers. We will have a separate portal where these portal, all owners have to, all RPS agents have to, against their vessel, have to upload their vacancies, and seafarer will apply there, and those people who have applied, they can be interviewed and selected. Okay. So we are working on those lines. Also, the seafarers who have already been trained or selected through company, for them it will be not applicable, because they can include this, like big companies like Anglo-Eastern or Fleet Management, they have their own recruitment policies and their own systems. They can do it from their side and put it in the system that these vacancies are filled up. So these will be only for freshers, and especially related to those target which are targeted by the RPS agents. I'll not talk about death and missing case, though this is alarming, but I'll not talk on this because you are all aware. Shore leave also we have taken steps. This slide is very important, just to tell your member lines that ICP, under ICP central there are 14 ports, and as per state government there are 20 ports. So we are working with the Bureau of Immigration to include these ports also, major ports, under the central government Bureau of Immigration, so that there are better controls, better policies, SOPs are followed. Because under the state government these policies are not followed, and because different states have different restrictions and requirements. So these are the things which we are working related to shore leave. Also we are working for getting a dedicated launch, dedicated airports and seaports. In the seaports facilities, separate counters for seafarers. Starting with, we are working with Adani in Bombay and GMR in Delhi to provide separate counters for seafarers. Sagar Mein Samman, lot of things are being done. Aishwarya madam is part of the committee, task force. Similarly, we are doing Sagar Mein Yog, a task force is created. NUSI and MUI. MUI has come forward to support the Sagar Mein Yog, and NUSI for Sagar Mein Yog. So also additionally we are working on the Maritime India deliverable, where it is a requirement to give best world class facility, seafarers welfare facilities in port. For that DGS has created a seafarers welfare audit board team, and we have started monitoring the port facilities. These were issued 6 months back. So now we have started working on the ports. Already all major ports have started showing interest, and as ministry has delegated the responsibility to directorate, we have started monitoring this. So another 6 months down the line, all ports will have port welfare committees and will have state of the art welfare clubs in the port for seafarers welfare. This is my number, this is my email ID. My email, by max 24 hours I will respond. If there is some non-response from my side, then there is some problem. All emails I try by the end of the day to be responded. My USP is that any WhatsApp message is sent within 1 hour I respond. Email 24 hours, WhatsApp 1 hour. So you can always reach me by this number and this email. I know there are panel discussions there, but I leave it to the audience. Apart from this, any other peculiar questions are there which the directorate has to look after, you can always reach out to me by WhatsApp, or you want to highlight here, you can highlight. Anybody wants to say anything? Nobody. Girish ji, please. So these, so that is what, there is a invalid list which is there in the website. okay, in the website. So blacklisted one also we want to put, but there are privacy thing, lot of issues are there, you know. So we are thinking whether to, if you want, I can display this right away in the website. Madam is saying no. So there are a lot of privacy issues. So what we have done, we have gone one step ahead. I will be very happy to say this. Not now what we have done, 2 directors we have noted down. Now the 4th one, 2 more. So by today we have already written to Ministry of Corporate Affairs to block and blacklist the director's DIN number. So once that happens, you can't do foreign business. So what we'll do going forward, this blacklisting DIN numbers, we will ask a guarantee column to be filled up when you are going for applications. तो मालूम पड़ता है आप blacklist हो गए, आपके spouse के नाम पे आ गया, आपके भाई के नाम पे आ गया, the other company comes up. So what we do, we have started closely monitoring, and then we have an undertaking. So the company directors have to undertake that their relative is not blacklisted by the directorate. For 5 years you cannot do business. Once your DIN is blocked, you can't do any other business. So please be very careful.
Dr. Daniel sir, just let him finish his call. Dr. Daniel sir, your presentation has been very good. Your actions are very good. Only problem what I see is blocking the seafarers indoors. You may be right by the way of regulation or the law, but it is it should be avoided, and you should rectify this fault, because I have seen in the past it was blocked for say 6 months, and then it was never opened, and the seafarers will keep running around. And one single seafarer, if he has to come to DGS, it is a very problematic issue. So please consider this. You can notify them. You can notify them that if you again do this, we'll punish you some way.
Sir, I all agree. We all agree. We are all seafarers. I am also a seafarer. We all agree. But seafarers are also not holy cow. Let me tell you. And these 234 seafarers we have blocked. Out of that, only 10 have responded. Even they have not responded to our show cause notice.
Correct, because they are scared.
So please understand, the deterrence has to be there, and these are all regulated, properly monitored. If their indoors is blocked for 6 months, after 6 months automatically it will be released.
That's good, but my experience says that
that past experience please forget, sir. I'm there, my number is there.
अभी 3 महीने के लिए कीजिए, चलो.
It is 6 months, then we will see whether what kind of gravity it is, then we will see.
Okay sir, thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you very much for the presentation. The 2 of the masters' name recently came in the OFAC list. Are you aware? I mean, what did we do about it?
So I am aware.
So what did, how do we safeguard our, seafarers' interest in this? Master has nothing to do with the OFAC or the business which is conducted in the countries.
So what you want us to do?
Something has to be done.
No, what has to be done? Whether they are not able to trade, so there is list in the OPEC list, so they can work here in Indian ships? No?
No, they can work, but you see, the repercussions of doing the business of somebody else's, where master is not even part of it. Okay, master is
Sir, it has come on the vessel where the vessel has traded illegally, where master is aware, then it would have come. It would have not come.
So how will master, how does the master control trade?
See, master will
Master
know.
is only a master on board.
See, if master knows that he is there on board, he is there on that vessel, and he has carried cargoes which are banned cargoes or sanctioned cargo, please let me complete. If he is aware, then it is a problem. If he is not aware, he can always submit to us, and then we will write to Ministry of Commerce, and we can always write to Ministry of External Affairs to write to the concerned US for removing his name. That can be done. That master has to come. Just
The administration has to put a step forward saying that the master and the people recruiting that master or crew
Correct. See, is there any declaration by the directorate that you cannot go on sanctioned vessel? Tell me. The sanction is done by whom? UN. And who is the nodal for accepting or not accepting in India? MEA. So that's why MEA has it clarified that this seafarers. So let them come to us. We will write to MEA.
The present situation, maximum Indian ship owners are handling sanctioned cargo. So please
Yes.
consider,
Yes, give representation. We will take it forward, sir.
thank you.
Boliye.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Captain Daniel. I have a few queries. First and foremost, I appreciate the wonderful presentation and the work you're doing in the Directorate for Indian Seafarers. And also just I learned about your job portal thing coming up. I have a few 3 points which, due to lack of time, I would like to raise. See, first, can we have the list of approved CBAs listed out with the list of RPSL companies complying with them? Second, my query is, if whoever is following an SCA model, if it is an SCA model, can a minimum national wage under the law? I am fully aware of the fact that this is a guideline in MLC. It is not a thing that you must follow the minimum Joint Maritime Labour Commission wages. Third thing is for my friends in the unions, my dear Manoj, and I see Tushar also sitting there, though he must not have seen me. What I would like to say is that what can we do to bring about this awareness program which the DG has mandated now for all seafarers? It is the unions also which should play a big part in that big role, and also to increase the welfare activities. I have been in the negotiating, I have led the negotiation for Indian ships for last 2 tenures. Having seen that, I think we need to do more while negotiating with ship owners also. Though I was leading the ship owners, I take the moral courage to say that. Thank you so much. If you
Thank you,
can
sir.
give some
So
reply,
can we
I'll give
go
it.
one by one, because you have asked so many questions. So first was related to the wage.
Listing out the CBAs.
CBA.
which
Listing of the
RBSL
CBA, we have started working on that. Your colleague Mr. Manoj will also know, and Mr. Tushar also knows that after me coming to the crew branch, I have sent emails to everybody, because we didn't have any data of the union. So first we have started, first step we have asked them, भाई आपका constitution दे दो, आपके members दे दो, कौन है बताओ तो सही आप लोग कौन है that you are telling, because I used to get from any that I am using and I am the union member and I am the union. So we have asked, there are, for my list I got 11 list मेरी जानकारी से, whoever used to ask me कि this seafarer, this, then immediately I used to send them mail कि by these are the queries, you reply. Then reply never came. So at least some 7 unions have responded and they have given me their data. Already examinations are under review, and we have asked them in addition to tell their members how many members are there, who are there, are they going as per the Trade Union Act. So these all things we have asked. Additionally, listing out the CBA, we have asked on the second step where people have started giving. For listing them, this is a very good suggestion, sir, but as you have raised and you are part of the expert committee, okay, you are already part of the expert committee to decide on all these aspects. So you are already there. So I suggest these things which can become as a directives from the directorate. You are already part of that as in the negotiations and wage declarations. The second thing also, you are part of the committee. So there also you please suggest, where I am the chairman. I know we had first meeting already, and already all these changes have been given there. So we can discuss on that. Third part is we are working on the annual calendar and awareness. We are creating these awareness everywhere. So I have a ministry's meeting now. So I will be available after this meeting, where this is a discussion related to seafarers. So anybody else? These 3 questions I have answered.
It's not a question, it's just my thought process. When we spoke about 371 seafarers who have been blacklisted for 6 months, And like you mentioned, that 10 of them.
Let me tell you, let me clarify this. It is not blacklisted.
No, they've
Please
been
understand,
blocked. They've been blocked.
there are two categories of this. One category is who have done fraudulent on vessel or not in vessel, or the other category is COC matter, who have obtained fraud COC. That is with chief examiner, the repercussions for them getting fraud COC and going on board will be much more serious. That is another thing. So this 234 what I am talking is only related to the CDC matter where fraud C times जहाज पे गए नहीं है, COP ले लिया है, those cases. So these 234 cases we have blocked. We have issued them so cause notice. We are waiting reply. So it can be 3 months, it can be 6 months, or it can be depending upon their explanation.
So exactly. So like you mentioned that they have not responded back. I think.
So they have, it is 30 days, you have to give as per rules, you have to give 30 days. So we have given them notice, they'll come back, we are not jallad, no? That's straight away card though. Then we will give one more notice. Government procedure as रस्सी देते रहो जब तक आप अपने गले में लगा लो, या तो पकड़ के ऊपर आ जाओ.
My point only is unless they don't respond to DG, their blockage should continue. Because if
how obviously it is blocked, सबका blocked है.
That's good. Thank you, sir.
Right, sir.
Anybody else? So I'm available for the next discussion after this meeting. So
Sir की meeting चालू है, so round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Right, a lot of good work being done by DG's office, we can see that. So next we have Captain Raj Sinha, who's MD of Marine Solutions, ex-IMF chairman. If he can come on stage, please. Captain Raj Sinha. Aye, sir. For his few words.
Hi, good afternoon everybody. My name is Raj Sinha and I'm one of the directors of Marine Solutions. I was also chairman of IMF for a good period of time during the COVID days. Now it's being headed by Mr. Vivek Rastogi. Much as I would have liked to say with my batchmate and my friend Captain Daniel Joseph. Now when he raised a point that DGS becomes the punching bag of all the queries and all the wrongdoings, over here with all the RPS companies, there is a great bitter feeling that instead of DG shipping, as on today, the RPS becomes the punching bag. You will find whenever there has been a query, a question of abandonment, unfair treatment of the seafarer, whether the seafarer was eligible, not eligible, whether the seafarer was having the right kind of certificates from the DGS or not the right kind of certificate from the DGS, the ball falls into the court of RPS agencies whenever there is any misconstruction of the CBAs, or whether it is a case wherein the seafarer has abandoned or where the RPS has not been able to fulfill their commitments. In this present era, we will have to understand one thing, that RPS is not the beneficial owner of the vessel. Number one, RPS does not enjoy the same kind of privileges which a DOC holder enjoys based on the aspect of the safety. RPS solely becomes a recruitment agent, whereas if you look at the criminality or the penalties which are being imposed on the RPS agencies, they are far more in severity, and there are far more in numbers as well. If we look at the earlier constitution of the DG also, wherein they started imposing rupees 5,000 fine on any wrong entries, it was never taken into consideration that what will happen if DGS does not respond in time. So that has always been a one-sided traffic. The other aspect wherein today we have gathered over here is the part of insurance. Now, it becomes very vital and pivotal as on today that the obligations of the RPS with the frugal earnings, the only way out remains to protect the right of the seafarer or to protect the RPS agencies themselves. There has to be a mature and very convenient form of insurance which the RPS can take or RPS can take on behalf of the seafarer, and both the RPS companies and the seafarers can have the benefit out of it. The third aspect is when Captain Daniel Joseph started telling that the DIN number can be blocked or things like that. Probably there will be like many more scurrilous ways which can come up. I can have a company, and like even my driver can be one of the directors. So there is no stopping of anyone. If somebody is having that malign intention, there is no into it checks and balances that can actually go through. And the other aspect that being a director of a shipping company doesn't actually mean that he is having that one business. He might be having other businesses as well. So that will have a far-reaching consequences. Probably it will get the attention of the courts as well, and then like many things can happen. With all that thing in mind, I would leave the forum open, and then let the insurers who are trying to protect the rights and the privileges of the seafarers and the RPS agencies as well come forward, put forward their suggestions, and there definitely would be something great or something at least will move 2 or 3 steps forward in taking care of the RPS as well, and not criminalizing the RPS entity itself, rather than take a conscious decision and a collective decision that who should be actually taking that burden of taking care of the seafarer, be it unions, be it DG Shipping, be it RPS. But it cannot be a one-way traffic that the RPS is the sole agency acting as an agent which will bear all the burns of any mishap which happens. International trade does bring its own kind of challenges, and like a seafarer says, shit happens. So in that scenario, who takes care and how much burden is being shouldered by which agency, whether it is the directorate, whether it is the union, whether it is the RPS, or whether it is the seafarer. All these stakeholders need to come forward and take care of their share of the burden as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your address. We're having a little shift in the program, so we're going to have the panel discussion 2 first, and I'll request panelists from the panel discussion to come up first. Aishwarya, I think I've seen Sanjay Bhavnani just walk out, so he's coming, okay. Can I have the chairs on the dais, please? Hi, Saleha. So Mr. Sanjay Bhavnani is just gone for a restroom round. Let me call on Mr. Sushil Agarwal, please. At 33, Sushil has been advancing in a competitive corporation, earning a great salary and holding a prestigious title. Despite his success, he felt unfulfilled and chose to quit his job, which changed his life. Now the owner of Ethica Insurance Brokers Private Limited, valued at around 10 million USD, Sushil aims to create happier corporate workplaces in India. आइए सर. Suchita Gupta, Operations Coordinator, India. I miss my friend Chirag. He is not here today. He is traveling as usual. So she is from ISWAN. She is a senior counseling psychologist with extensive experience in the mental health industry, known for providing exceptional support to promote emotional and mental well-being. Currently serves as the operations manager for ISWAN in India, overseeing initiatives that support seafarers and their families. She utilizes evidence-based practices to enhance well-being and committed to fostering environments that nurture mental health and personal growth. Suchita, are you there? Oh, you also helping with the chairs? Kursi ka khel. Kaun kidhar baithega? Okay, we have our friend Sanjay Bhavnani back from the restroom round. He has over 30 years of experience in the maritime industry, results-driven operations leader, skilled in engineering, human resources, finance and logistics. He holds a PhD in business administration and several relevant qualifications. As a CEO of MMS Maritime India, a subsidiary of Meiji Shipping Group, he oversees operations, ensure compliance with industry standards, and leads a diverse team. He focuses on recruitment, training, and financial matters. That was Sanjay Bhavnani. So we have Sanjay Bhavnani, we have Mr. Sushil Agarwal, we have Suchita Gupta. Next is Captain Ajay Achutan, extra master with MBA, and he just defined MBA as married but available. You didn't say that? And National Award winner in Maritime Education and Training. As a certified Karma Yogi and logotherapy educator, he has authored several books. With experience in founding maritime academies and associations, he develops training programs for the maritime sector. He has received national recognition in 2016 and the World Maritime Day Award in 2020 for his contributions to the maritime education. Captain Ajay Achutan. Next we have Mr. Shiv Kumar Iyer. Iyer, sir. Mr. Shiv Kumar Iyer has over a decade of experience in maritime litigation and arbitration, focusing on shipping and trade disputes. He leads the vet practice at his firm and works with the Indian Maritime Authorities. A graduate of Government Law College, Mumbai, and the University of Southampton, he previously partnered at Bose Mitra and Company and Ganesh and Company. He advises on maritime casualties and compensation for crew members. So that's our panel number 2 for today, and they are going to discuss on risk management in maritime recruitment. कहाँ है moderator कहाँ है? See, moderator was not given to me here, so you know whom to blame. आइए. So गजानन साहब आइए जरा आप अपना इंट्रोडक्शन दीजिए, because I have.
अरे maritime fraternity is there. We don't need introduction. We need work.
नहीं सर, थोड़ा सा बोल दीजिए अपने बारे में.
Hi guys, this is Captain Gajanan. Shravan also is on the panel, right? Yeah.
Shravan also on the panel.
I put Shravan there. Shravan का introduction है? Shravan, please come.
Shravan का भी introduction नहीं है, so Shravan, can you please take the mic? No, apologies, but some people.
So my name is Captain Shravan Kumar. I am operating a company called Peninsular Maritime. We are into tanker business, providing complete ship management solutions from India, operating over 19 tankers internationally across the globe with no restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you, Shravan. Thank you for that. My name is Captain Gajanan Karanjikar, and I work out of UAE for a company called Cordelia Marine Services. I've been known in shipping circles. Working for the seafarers is my passion. And the most of the talking today is going to be done by the panelists because they come from varied backgrounds. And we would like to hear from them, take home something not only for the seafarers, also for the administration, and more importantly for the IMF as to what is the course of action next to the identified maritime risks. Thank you very much. Please have a seat, guys. So thank you very much with this esteemed crowd, and very good afternoon to everyone. The panel is about maritime risk management in maritime recruitment. Now we have heard the DG Shipping's effort in a very elaborated kind of presentation as to how administration works, or rather facilitates the recruitment of seafarers. Now administration of this proactive nature, when it works on so many plethoric aspects of recruitment, there should not be a risk practically, right? But there is still a risk, and we face those risks every day. Our colleagues, our juniors, we get on team calls on this risk, on the abuse the seafarers face at sea. And this is a small effort of IMF. I must thank them for this beautiful, beautiful panel discussion, because this is the first time a maritime organization is doing an assessment of risk connected to recruitment. We always look at recruitment as something which is inevitable. जहाज है तो आदमी लगने ही लगना है, पोर्ट है तो वर्कर्स लगने ही लगने हैं. But at what cost? At what cost are we recruiting them? So we have a esteemed panelists here, and each of them is mahir, so as to say, in their area of expertise. I have a good stereotype questions which I'm not going to ask them because they're going to be academic discussion. We're going to keep it vibrant. I want it to be a debate kind of stuff so we can draw the points out. It's only when crush the fruit, you get the juice, right? So we're going to crush these points here. We're going to discuss the risks. My first question to all of you all, as the mic passes to you for 2 minutes, in your area of expertise, what is a maritime risk that you see in maritime recruitment? So you can identify your position first, and then we will discuss in the next course of action as to how do you mitigate this risk from a point of view of administration, seafarer, organization like IMF, and a recruiter. So we have 4 pillars of a society who are engaging or who are stakeholders of seafarers, I must say. So let's discuss. I would start from a lady first. And what are the risks what are the risks you think risk could be? And just give me 2 risks. So we have 6 of you, so we'll have 12 risks. No, give 2, why not? Please go ahead, thank you.
So, well, I'm from ISWAN, which works for the mental health well-being of the seafarers. The biggest risk which we come across in the calls that we receive on our helpline is the risk of abandonment that comes from the fraudulent crewing agent issues. Recently, ISWAN and GMU, Gujarat Maritime University, has done a joint study on the fraudulent crewing agent issues in India and how it is affecting the seafarers. So this is a study done, and we have got some good amount of results, and based on which we have also planned our recommendations. In fact, the calls, our report also, the ISWAN report, the recent report, indicates that since 2019, there have been 475 cases of illegal recruitments happening. More than 1,048 seafarers have been a victim of these fraudulent crewing agent issues. And the report states that these seafarers come from a very lower background, financially poor background. I will not talk about the cream of the seafarers who study in big maritime colleges and universities and are pass outs, but the targets of these fraudulent agents are the lower background people, the rural areas. They are targeted over there. These people sell their lands, take loans, fall into debts to generate money, pay to these RPSL agents, which so-called have a license, which is fake, and they fall a victim of this particular issue. So yes, fraudulent crewing agent issues as of now, according to ISWAN, is one of the biggest risks in the recruitments in the
So
maritime industry.
illegal recruitment is
Illegal
one of the
recruitment.
biggest risks that you are facing in your organization.
That's what our
Thank you
data
very
says.
much. Very pertinent point. Sir.
See, I am telling you from the recruitment company point of view, right?
Okay.
One is risk associated with the seafarers as a personal individual. When I am leaving my family and going on board for months together, that is a risk associated with him. But when in this association we are talking from the point of view of the recruiter, right? So
Well, it could be on any perspective as such. I mean, but just identify two risks which you think are risks.
see, normally we are thinking about risk which is the known risk, right? But in the last 2 years, from the broking point of view, when we observe the claims which is coming from the different sectors, right, including this, I think the last 2 years has experienced in terms of the new risk which are coming every year, or discovered rather, or invented. Like COVID is invented or discovered risk is still debatable, but it's a completely new risk which we all saw, right? So one is identifying the risk which we can always prepare or either transfer or mitigate, but then there are a lot of risks which are upcoming, so we need to keep upgrading, right? One of this is COVID, another is terrorism, another is cyber risk, right? This risk which we even don't know to what extent it can go, the kind of losses, we don't even know that, right? In one day, people from the reputed backgrounds, known and all, their whole bank account is get wiped off, right, from the cyber risk. And we are known only the tip of the iceberg, right? We have only seen the tip of the iceberg, right? And we don't even know how to mitigate it. I think this, as a recruiter, we need to be aware that what are the continuously new risks and be in touch with the experts of the respective industry and see if we can mitigate or transfer the risk to the insurer at a lowest cost. Fortunately, we are living in India where the cost of the risk transfer is very, very less compared to other countries, right? And we hardly think, we think about transferring the risk as a last resort only when a regulator is asking us to do or a bank is asking us to do. I think if we can start using this as a tool, not only you will come to know about the new risk, and at the same time we will also know, is this better to take the risk on our head or it is better to transfer it, right? So terrorism and this apart from the health risk which he has already said, I think cyber is the another risk which is coming in.
So these are the two risks you identify as a insurance broker. I mean, his speech was absolutely to the, as a broker's perspective, you know, content नहीं होना चाहिए, मगर speech तो होना ही चाहिए. Go ahead, Shiv.
In my view, because through a lawyer's perspective, I think it's very easy to mitigate the risk from a recruiter point of view, because you're acting only as an agent today, unless you are a direct owner. So I think that for a crew member becomes a problem, because then he doesn't know who to look at in case if it's a foreign ship which is abandoned or which the owner doesn't come back, it's a one ship owning company, etc. This morning also I had one issue where somebody applied for a license and provided fraudulent documents. So we had to reconfirm it with the PNI club, and it appeared that they just switched one word here and there, and it was a false document. The concerned person was the same, everyone was the same. So it's become very easy to, like cybercrime is a part of it, so it's very easy to get recruitment done without even, now because everybody has become vigilant, probably they are cross-checking, but how many of them have gone through, we don't know. Iran, I have heard at least about 80 crew members stuck. It's a big problem, diplomatic channel problem, etc., etc. These are few things that I can list, there are many more. One thing what you said is that the, basically the underprivileged guys who are not being aware, etc. But I've also seen people whose mentor has been his father, who is also a seafarer, and a seafarer coming from a well-to-do institute, being cheated, That also has come through, but I will not name anything, but it happens.
So risk in maritime recruitment and how to manage it, it's a very elaborate subject, to be very honest. See, when we are out at sea, the first thing which we are taught is safety of life, and life is involved with human being. Human being here are nothing but crew. So every aspect in crewing has got a risk element which is higher than any other thing. As far as the recruitment process per se is concerned, identifying the right recruitment agent and the owner, they have to go hand in hand. It cannot be only the recruitment agency or just the owner. It has to be a combination of both. While I was having a discussion with Captain Daniel informally there, we were discussing that today, if suppose some seafarer is, let's say whether it is 1 or whether it is 400, a seafarer has been abandoned. So if that seafarer has been abandoned, it is not the recruitment agency which is only to be blamed. And most of the time, the issues not getting paid in time, being treated in a very inhuman way on the vessel, not getting food, not getting paid, you know, the common problems. Abandonment is an extreme thing, but the common problems itself, you will see it, they are the same owners. They are the same set of owners. So as a policy maker, why can't we have a small addition to the same system where these owners are identified? A simple editable Form 7 which is published along with the RPS rules becomes a statutory document. It is published by government. It is a mandatory thing. But it is an editable document freely available to anyone. Anyone creates any profile, he uploads it and he sends it. So when the system, as he rightly said, was devised in 2012. Basis the feedback probably which they were getting from 2006. So it was already way behind the time. Now that whatever they are making, they need to come out with the view of all the stakeholders, that only one particular party should not be, you know, captured into it. It should be the system as a whole. There are many such examples which can be given, but I would pass on the mic for any other. So most important part is in risk management, it is the owner as well as the RPS agent, not just the den or something. It has to be a combined part for the recruitment process, which needs to be streamlined and addressed in such a way that the fraudulent aspects are minimalistic in that.
Very true, absolutely. Sir.
Yeah, sure. First of all, wish you a very good afternoon. And I must thank all the organizers here for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to present my views. Regarding the risk which is there in recruiting, I think it's something which is very, very important as of today, because our collective objective of all of us in this room is to increase the recruitment of Indians, increase the presence of Indian seafarers all over the world. I'm sure everybody would also agree with this. Keeping that in mind, we must also identify the risks and also see how these risks can be mitigated and how they can be managed in the best possible way. Now coming to the very specific aspect, what are the risks which face a recruiting company? So going back to our context, our company's context, I think the biggest risk which we face is a misrepresentation of the background of any seafarer who comes and approaches us for a job. It's our job, it's our internal processes which need to be robust enough to be able to the maximum extent possible, try and filter through and analyze and see if any such kind of a thing is indeed present or not. Many times, this is of course easier said than done, but yes, over a period of time, we have been also getting wiser and smarter, as the others have also been getting. So, to a large extent, we can say that we are able to manage this risk as of today. Number two, of course, you know, at the lower level, especially at the level of the trainees, trainee ratings and all, there are the number of people who are available vis-a-vis the number of jobs which are there. You know, it leads to a lot of incorrect practices which can be adopted by the, should I say, the various opportunistic entities which exist in the maritime world today. So as a result of that, we have to be very, very careful. Again, I'm saying from our company's context point of view, and of course, I'm sure all the recruiters would also agree with me, that it is very important to be, ensure that we are steering clear of all such entities. Because otherwise, it becomes the moral responsibility of the recruiter to be able to handle all the issues, and by inducting such people into the entire setup, you are, in a way, you then become responsible for being able to address all his concerns, which is neither fair nor it is possible. And in a way, you end up getting involved with things which you never really bargained for in the first place. So we have to be very careful at the time of induction, make sure that the various seafarers who are coming in are approaching us directly. They are not coming through any other opportunistic entities which are there. And there are, of course, so many of them in today's times. And we have to ensure that all these things are going to be well taken care of. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Absolutely. I mean,
Did I address the risk?
No, absolutely. I mean, you see, it's a perspective also which matters to the entire ecosystem, as is rightly said. So I would request Captain Achyutan to put his view on it.
Thank you. Thank you. And at the beginning, I'd like to congratulate IMF for this great initiative which they've taken. It was nice to be associated with you in 2017 when we started this whole maritime insurance for recruitment, and I'm so glad it's coming to some fruition today. And I hope all the risks have been covered. But before we talk about risk, I think one of the biggest risks of risk management is not identifying the hazards. I mean, before you manage risk, you've got to identify the hazards. As you see from each perspective, now I am in the teaching profession. I've dedicated my life from 91 to this profession. And I have the unique distinction of being maybe the only member who has been with INSA, FOSMA, MASA and IMF. So each one's perspective is different. But then what I've seen from a recruiting perspective, and we have here the former chairman of MASA, the former chairman of FOSMA. So it's a really privileged gathering here, and what I can see is being recruited by each of these companies. Which is the first formal recruiting organization in India? Would anybody be able to answer that? It's called the OACC, Owners and Committee Crew, which then became MASA. 1947 it started. And I've gone through their the articles of agreement and all that, and they were more of a British standard, which was to actually safeguard the Indian crew. Most of the ratings were then employed on ships and not officers. Officers were being groomed. So, and they have brought a lot of good practices to India, like the National Maritime Board and so many other things were brought through by OACC. So, one thing which that's just for information sharing where we go back. So there has been risk management from quite some time, from 1947 in India. But risk management without identifying the hazards is where the biggest risk is. And hazards are various types. So I apologize if I'm speaking like an educator, teacher, but that's who I am. See, this world is a VUCA world. What's a VUCA? It's volatile. It is, complex. It is ambiguous. And for each of this, there are solutions. So we have to look at it from hazard identification. Now, when you say hazard identification, what is a hazard? Our seafarer doesn't know the hazards. Our recruiter doesn't know the hazards when he gets into the agreement with the owner. And in many stages now, with the volatile situation going on in the world, what he rightly mentioned, one of the earlier panelists mentioned, there is a term called risk homeostasis, that whatever type of risk management you do, there will still be unknown risks. So that's the playing field we are on. Let's be clear about that. Now, if that is the playing field, then how do we identify these hazards? So if you take a young seafarer joined to sea, does he know it? When I joined, did I know anything about this? No. I had to work on the trust of my recruiting agent. That time it was Shipping Corporation. And they had done a good risk management, and that's why I'm safe here today. Later on, when I joined FOSMA, I sailed with Univan. They had done a risk management. So, to a great extent, the common group here is the RPS agent. And my humble request here is, you are the very critical, player in this whole process of marrying the seafarer with the owner, and you all have to do, real intricate risk management, like Dr. Bhavnani mentioned, and that is where the whole thing lies. So, let's create vision, let's create understanding, let's create, clarity in the whole recruiting process, and agility throughout the whole process, right from the whole life of a seafarer till the end. And that's where the unions can help in a lot.
Oh, thank you very much. And that reminds me of a, no planning is a planning to fail, something like that. And you really gave me a good clue onto my next, discussion on panel, the identification of hazards. Now, this particular, we have seen all this risk identified so far. What comes to my mind, and which is probably a root cause of entire thing, is awareness. And when I talk about awareness, and there's limit to the awareness. For a seafarer, for a recruiter, Captain Shravan nicely mentioned about owner and recruiter relationship, and their role to play in recruitment, and how the risks are created. But again, awareness as recruiter, awareness as owner. There's again awareness as organization. IMF, FOSMA, MASA, all those who hold the RPSL licenses or recruiters together, or the agencies or ship owners, ship managers. More awareness is required on the part of seafarer. Now, I would like to each of the panelists here, other than you, because you being the insurance broker, you are not directly involved with seafarers day to day. I would excuse you for this question, but next time I will get you down to the insurance point of view. But other 5-1, what would you do? You identified a risk now. What would you do, or what you would want administrator or your boss, like ship owner? In case you are a ship recruiter, then ship owner is your boss, probably is paying you for that. What would you do to create that awareness or mitigate that risk of awareness? In other words, to identify the risks, identify the hazards in recruiting XYZ person. It's all comes with the experience and qualifications, because this is something also to do with the preemption. You're running a union, you would know who are the fraud stakeholders are. If you don't know them, you can't run a union. You're a lawyer, you know who's telling lies, who's telling right, who's not telling lies. The cases would come to you. But you know a seafarer is telling lie against an organization or against a ship manager. Like the Captain Daniel recently mentioned, people go on board and after 6 months they talk about not payment of single rupee, single dollar wages. Why after 6 months? Why not after 1 month? Do they not require money after 1 month? Do they don't pay installments every month to their families for the education and for the food and for everything? And again, Shravan, you and both of you as the managers, what awareness you would create? And I'm telling you, I'm a flag inspector of Panama flag, and I inspect about 20 vessels a month. Every vessel I go, whether a big fleet vessel, small vessel, offshore vessel, none of the seafarer is aware of the CBA, including master. None of the seafarer is aware or has sent the ACA to his family. None of the seafarer knows what by heart. Family, forget it. Who's their P&I club? Master would probably know because he's opening the file 10 times in a port. But none of the seafarers knows who's going to be paying repatriation and his wages. Now this awareness, who has to take a onus of creating this awareness? You are not going to mitigate the risk unless you have that last stone unturned of creating awareness. And my last sentence to this kind of a question is that no seafarer has a right not to know. He has to know. Please, go ahead.
So that was a part of my answer, which I was expecting to come across, that how do we mitigate and how do we address the risks. So that was my answer, that awareness, that's the key. A while ago, we heard Captain Daniel, we heard DG Sir coming up with processes, policies. A lot of things are happening at the back end. The onus lies on each one of us here in the industry to, take onus, take charge and do something. What we can do best, first and foremost, is create awareness. And as I also started by saying, as per our study, as per our data from the calls that we receive from the abandoned seafarers or who have been a part of these fraudulent crewing agent issues and, been hired by these frauds, they never knew that there is something called as an RPSL license. There's something called that they need to understand there is an agreement, there is some documentations involved, there is e-migration. What all is coming up, rapidly changing, there is no awareness. And specifically, of course, Sir said that even the students passing out from the well-known colleges are also facing these challenges of not being aware of such practices happening. My understanding and the study also states that we need to target the tier 3, tier 4 cities wherein they come from the lower middle background, lower class background, and create awareness of the process, the policies, the rights they have as a seafarer available. We get calls, I am personally handling cases where the seafarers don't know how to be a part of a union, as basic as that. So how will they know what are their rights and what are they supposed to do? Of course, there are plans in place, there are policies in place. If you are abandoned, what are you supposed to do? They don't know about it. So creating that awareness, definitely, as part of ISWAN, we conduct a lot of awareness programs. We conduct a lot of educational programs for our upcoming seafarers, wherein we are creating awareness about these fraudulent agent issues happening across India. And that's one way ISWAN is doing it, and we would recommend the same coming up from the DG, that every college, every institute must have a mandate awareness program. It should be a part of their curriculum where they are made to understand about their rights, about what is an RPSL and what is a fake RPSL, and how to get your better jobs, get jobs from the agents following the good practices. Yes, sir. The question for me?
Questions and answers are later. Please don't take trouble in raising your hands.
Yeah. So that comes from my side.
Thank you very much. I mean, absolutely right. But you see, the key question remains always that you might run an awareness program, or everybody does. I mean, even at home we run an awareness program to our children. How much of it is absorbed? How much of it is gone into the heads? Because that only will happen when you take ownership of it. Okay, I have to make my children aware of COVID. I would probably lecture them 3 times a day. I will observe them, they wash their hands or not. This is what we did. I mean, practical example. So I don't see an organization or a recruiter or a union coming to that level where, I mean, this is not my blame. This is only my worry and concern. Since you mentioned about ISWAN and awareness, I know ISWAN's work is, I mean, great, and you have really helped seafarers. I'm witness to one of the very close cases of suicide where ISWAN has jumped in and, pulled the guy from Yellow Gate of Mumbai port, and so I know about all that. But again, that awareness thing, how to create and how much goes down in percolation, very important. Next question is going to be on that.
Sure. No, some other industry inside. If it is
Sir, आप broking के बारे में बोलेंगे ना, insurance के बारे में.
See, I don't know how it is relatable to your industry, right? But when we insure people, we have certain assessments where we can try to understand that how prone the seafarer is going to be sick in next few days, depending on certain health test, certain psychological test. I think you might be aware, right? So you can actually make sure that what is going through in his body, in his mind, and then we can estimate, or we can create a kind of estimation that, okay, out of 100 on the scale, 50 is the score. That means he is more prone to get sick in coming days, right? And then maybe there are some action points which is required, so that you can improve the score and again do the test. And then if the score is beyond 70, let's say, that means basically is C worthy, or maybe he's healthy enough to face all the C kind of dangers or whatever it is. So I think that kind of test can be devised.
Absolutely good perspective. I mean, the seafarer do undergo a lot of tests before joining, and their mental health condition is, so-called certified to take a tough life on, but still the cases happen of frauds in recruitment, which the finally brunt comes to the recruiters, who are the members of the IMF and other organizations, FOSMA, MASA, where they get penalized and they get punished, something like that. So they, as recruiters, also do a lot of tests on seafarers, and as a tradition, seafarers have been recommended, are taken on recommendations. Also, somebody vouch for them. I know this guy, please take him on board, I've sailed with him, something like that. So there's a very good tradition, which has now somehow collapsed then, since the shipping has gone to tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities.
I personally think it is not only creating awareness with the crew, it is also with the recruiter, with the owner, with the judiciary, with us. Is basically what I've realized is when we go to different jurisdictions, when a ship is arrested or abandoned or trying to rescue it, it becomes difficult. For example, I did one matter where the tugboat was sitting in Andamans for 2 years. And the crew literally were left, and the investigation was not over. We had to go to the writ court. We got them out finally. Some finally made families there. It is, so these are things I think even a recruiter, even a judiciary-wise a judge, and we also have an obligation as an officer of the court to inform as to why it is important. So now what has happened is over a period, what we have done in the act and all, we have started, like the judgments which are coming out in Bombay and all, we have ensured that how important it is to get the crew out of the ship where it has been abandoned by the owner. Rather than keeping the ship for a longer period, we try and sell the ship out and pay the crew first. So these are criteria which we try and do at our end, and I think that's the way we can contribute from our end. But for an RPSL license holder, I have realized, because a lot of them also come to us to get out of problems, I have realized they are also not aware how to approach the owner if he is not available, or how to reach out to the P&I club, how to get a solution done, because they are caught in between. That's the problem I see.
No, absolutely right. So much of business takes place on understanding and trust between ship owner, ship managers, ship recruiters, and recruiters having a pool of seafarers whom is trusting. So the entire matter revolves around trust. The risk only escalates when a new entity enters, which is less vouched for, and this is where the legal battle starts, where you have one bad element, which is again posing a sufficient risk of abandonment, non-payment of wages, unhealthy conditions, as you rightly mentioned. So Shravan, the question to you, same.
So recruitment practices, malpractices in that, and the risk, how we can manage. That is what, and the key point of
awareness.
the discussion is that people should be made aware. People means the seafarer, the recruiter, and the owner. Now, this is my personal view as a recruiter. So I feel the onus of being aware or making people aware lies on that particular entity. Okay, it is not like I as a company, I have got certain initiatives which were personally for my business, being a first generation businessman. It depends how can you control that lucrative thing, I need to get this business. Please understand, the root cause of this is not that seafarer is not aware. There is somebody who is trying to exploit that person, and he has sensed that opportunity that yes, I can do that for his personal gain. So how will you make that person aware? Can anybody make that person aware? When you don't want to, awareness, compliance, everything is for a person who wants to do that. A person who doesn't want to follow that, you do whatever you want to do, he will find 100 ways. मैं जब चीफ ऑफिसर थे, मेरे कप्तान साहब ने मेरे को ISPS का लेक्चर बहुत सिंपल तरीके से समझाया था कि बेटा ताला ना चोरों के लिए नहीं होता है. Lock is not for thieves. The job of thieves is to break that lock. So if somebody needs to do malpractice, and somebody wants, rather the correct word is wants to do malpractice, he will do it. But trust me, we can create an ecosystem within the same platform, which has been conveyed to most of the authorities, that I can't say there can be zero risk, but the risk will be mitigated considerably if we involve the owner's perspective also in this. Because in the end, it is a joint venture between a ship operator and a ship owner. I'm talking from the perspective of ship operator. So that awareness from my side was my own call, putting it into perspective. There were certain risks involved as far as business is concerned, but in the end I was able to sleep well. So I feel it is a personal call. Awareness, DG has done its job by putting it in public and circulating it. PSSR course talks about all these things. Tell me one GP rating course which does not have awareness about what is DG shipping, what is RPSL license, how do you get CDC. As sir said, it is company's perspective. He has made his processes such that such fraudulent practices can be mitigated to the lowest. So it is your individual perspective. So whom are you doing business with and how are you doing business with is up to your call. Nobody can enforce, we can try and enforce it to an extent, but you cannot eliminate it. That is what is my take.
No, very true, Shravan. Only one issue there is that I think somebody needs to take onus of situation. Individually, people have to be aware, fine. Nobody in the world likes the way the trains in Bombay are run because there is so much of risk. But that onus has to be taken by someone.
That is regulation. So that regulatory body has to come forward and make the systems such that the risks are lowest. You cannot eliminate the risk completely.
Risk, although it cannot be eliminated, it can be always mitigated to an extent that it doesn't become harmful. The entire paradigm of risk mitigation is that what is the quantum of it? At what cost are we taking risk?
I'll give you a live case. Let us debate on this risk live case, okay? A TME, there is a routine inspection the way you are going for FSI, and FSI is happening on Indian shores. A TME is shown on board, on paper, but he is not actually there on board. Not one, not two, 80 for that particular owner.
So who is responsible for that crew list? The crew list is
Sir, the FSI inspector could not find a single flaw in master's ship's document or ship manager.
Sir, I told you, it all see the.
He could not.
The
But he
identification
knew, he had the tip. Why would somebody go into that detail that somebody goes on board and gives a phone call to a TME? Where are you, sir? I am at home. The question which was posed in front of the entire DG was, imagine the same TME gets a COC of class 4, goes on board your vessels and opens a separate wall. Whose ship goes down? So owner slide on whom? Was the TME not aware? Was the ship manager not aware? Or was the owner not aware? Who did the fraudulent practice?
True. Absolutely. I don't want to debate, because there are two more things. But I tell you, everything, what happens, there is an onus. Somebody has a cock to stop. Somebody has got a hand on the, null band karna hai. In this case, particular ship owner or ship manager, DOC holder, should have said, boss, I wrong declare nahi karunga. Dekho, to save someone, you got to put your foot down once. And that's everybody's dignity, right? IMF is doing this seminar for what? To create an awareness. And they have saying, discussions will come against authorities, against regulations. They're ready to face that brunt. Why? Because isme ek bachcha bhi save ho gaya na. Bas aaj ka din safal hai. So, ye hota hai, and what you said is very right. Ki though the seafarer doesn't know the owner or an entity, I don't say owner because let's not blame owners, because they are ships, ship owners, they are ships, and they are ships, they are seafarers, and the seafarers are shopping. So all that link is very vital for the world economy. I don't want to say ship owner, the entity which wants to do a fraud, which sees it, but then, who mans these people's offices? The very seafarers. Who can stop them from doing this is very seafarer again. So somebody always has that hand on that tap to close. We don't do that. Why? For some reason or the other. And then their moral conscience eats them up. Sorry, sir, we took your time. Awareness is the topic, and just to bring you back on topic, as to what you would like the awareness, how to be created, not by you alone, but others to contribute, because there's an ecosystem, as he mentioned 3 times. The entire ecosystem has to work on this. Please, sir, go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks for specifying that we're talking about awareness. We had gone into so many different areas. I was also wondering, what is the topic?
It's my job today.
Yeah, of course. I think awareness is some. Okay, not to me, no. Yeah. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Yeah, awareness is something which is extremely important. And I think awareness cannot be, the onus of awareness cannot be put only onto one entity. It has to be all the stakeholders who are there in the system, starting from the administration, going on to the institutes, going on to the unions, and of course the bulk of it has to go on to the various RPSs. Now when I say RPSs, we are looking at those people who really want to do this job correctly and in a manner which is going to be totally compliant. Now, of course, as it has already been highlighted, there are several kinds of incorrect practices going on. But let us just keep that aside for this particular point, which we are having. Now, it is like we want the number of Indian seafarers to grow in the world, isn't it? And we want them to grow in such a way that they are able to do much better than what the other nationalities are intend to do. Today we must understand that we are in direct competition. We need to really have a long-term perspective. Now, awareness has to be brought about at all the levels. The institutes, as you mentioned, very correctly and extremely appropriately, the institutes have to bring about and make them start thinking along these lines. What is an RPS? What is the RPS license? What are their rights? What is MLC? What does MLC entitle them to get? What can they do under MLC and all the other regulations which are there, etc., etc. At the same time, when they are going to start sailing, they are going to join some company, they are going to become members of some or the other union. Now, it's the union's job also to be able to reinforce this particular aspect, make them understand that these are the questions which they need to ask to the RPS. Need to, when they start sailing on the vessels, they should be on the lookout. Whether all their obligations, all the obligations which have been highlighted to them, which the RPS needs to really provide, has that been, is that going to be fulfilled or not? If they believe that it's not going to be fulfilled, then they need to be able to decide what is the action which they need to take, etc., etc. And of course, the RPS needs to make all the seafarers aware of their rights. I mean, that's something which I cannot really emphasize on more than, I mean, it's something which cannot be overemphasized. It's the RPS job, because at the end of the day, the RPS is the one which has the responsibility. They need to ensure this. And of course, coming to the owner, I think the RPS also has to convince the owner that this is what is important, this is what needs to be done, this is the very compliant mechanism which exists in our country. If you want to have Indian seafarers, this is what we need to do. And I think that's something which is supposed to be non-negotiable. And of course, as I said, we are looking at people, entities which want to do things the right way. Of course, somebody does want to do it the right way, then of course there are many other ways and means, of trying to do that. Thank you.
No, absolutely right. You rightly said, before the educator takes the mic and gives us, good gyan on this, I would put one sentence forward, along with yours, as the entire ecosystem has a responsibility of awareness creation. Same thing is that what we talk about safety. Safety is everybody's business. It is not a master's business, or chief officer's business, or a chief engineer's business. Similarly, what you rightly said is ecosystem. But again, every element in the ecosystem has to take ownership. This is my crew. The day you say this is my, earlier the system of having seafarers on roster. The seafaring on roster was a responsibility of the Purdue company. So those things have gone a little faded away with the times. But again, there are many ways to do this. But you rightly mentioned, and thank you very much for your comments. Sir, mic to yours.
Are you ready for the answer? Okay. So while I totally agree, awareness is one of the critical areas, and not just one person, but all around awareness. But what Shravan, and I'm so proud of what you said, Shravan, nice to have been associated with you in Masa Academy, right? What you're actually trying to put down is we don't value values. Just let it, I think, sink in here. We don't value values. So when we see, every entrepreneur starts with a passion, and he wants to make money. So we cannot. So actually, I've got some quotes here from one of the movies. The intoxication of stock market beats the intoxication of alcohol, cigarette, and drugs. Similarly, money making was once a necessity, but today it's become a guilty pleasure. And if that RPS company or that seafarer or the owner for that matter does not value value of human life and what it means and the law of karma, India has got a fantastic program called the Karma Yogi program where you can create any vision and make that happen. Why are we not going back to that system and making values more important? I mean, what I could share, what I could hear from what many of you were saying was values. Do you value this? Do you value that? We'd stop valuing values and we sort of keep that on the side. So I just rest at that.
No, absolutely, sir. I mean, you have a point there. But unfortunately, the people who cheat my seafarers and recruiters also, they are frauds and they don't have values. Because with values, they cannot achieve what they are achieving. One last question to each of you. There's a little background to it. I attended recently a COP28 panel discussion in Dubai last year. We had a whole lot of discussion on climate change and carbon emission, blah, 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 for 2.5 hours. I like that moderator because he asked the last question to each of the panel, just one sentence. And that made a lot of difference. And that question was, what would you do in your area of ambit, expertise, to stop whatever risk you identified from today? Just one sentence as to what would you do. I would educate 1,000 seafarers from today onwards. I would probably, I will create awareness to the people who have absolutely been, cheated. Or I would stop 10 fraudulent agents. I know their names. I will go all out. Never mind, at risk of my business. I mean, something like that. To which I had said that I will not fly by chartered plane on that that day. So please go ahead.
Seems like a genie wish. This seems like a genie wish. I want to wish my genie that I hope I can do this because I will go really unrealistic in this. But one thing I would like to do here on is build on to the awareness campaigns, the programs which ICE1 runs, and try my level best to reach out to each and every college, Maritime University to create awareness. That's my goal.
Thank you very much.
Take your feedback and build that insurance program in such a way that you can focus on your business without worrying about the risk which we are talking about.
Very rightly said. We have not heard him much today because of he comes from broker's background, but very right. He says, he comes to a conclusion which is very disheartening at the end of discussion of panel on risk management. That risk will not get mitigate, you take insurance.
So we'll also help you to mitigate which are the risk can be possible.
Sure.
In my view, I always do that also to any client who comes to my office. It is on, I think. Yeah. So I always do that also, in the sense, if you make, like you said, for commercial reasons, you make benefit for immediately you will, but on long run you will have problems and you will pay for my fees.
So immediately the only thing comes to my mind is to run a, the way certain
business.
MOUs, they run campaigns for LSAs and FFAs, run a awareness campaign across my fleet. Take out a circular. That's the best I can think at the moment.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so just to take forward the point as mentioned by the lady here, it is more like a genie wish. And the people who are involved in the fraudulent documentation process, the entities, sorry, that's the right term, they need to understand they are not doing any kind of a service to Indian seafarers. they are doing a huge disservice to the Indian seafarers. That's something which I'd like to emphasize.
Yeah, very good. Do your best to stop that, probably, thank you very much. Great. Sir.
See, being aware that my GDP, my country's GDP is 60% services, and RPS and recruiting people form a very significant part of that. What my commitment is, I will take up those unemployed cadets, seafarers, and give them the strength to believe Aham Brahmasmi, that they are the generator, operator, destroyer of their future. And give a namaste. Teach them the real meaning of namaste is the spirit in me bows down to the spirit in you. Because we keep forgetting that and we use them as commodities.
Absolutely. So thank you very much. I've been only asking questions and not opining today. So let me also say something to IMF. I would request IMF to create a awareness program on MLC to seafarers' families. Seafarers' families, even your master's family, I'm telling you, is not aware of what MLC stands for. You can beat me on this. Give me a 2 masters name. I will make call in front of you. Ask their wives. They would not know long from it. So forget about knowing the clauses of MLC and her husband's rights on it. So I would request IMF to do that next time. Thank you very much. Despite my hoarse voice today, I don't have a good voice today because of my being under weather for last 2-3 days. You tolerated me and heard our great panelists with a great enthusiasm. I don't know if I have a permission to open the floor for question answers. I don't have. So fine, thank you very much, sir. Tell that to audience. And thank you very much for being here, listening. Please take points home from here. There'll definitely be, I got the points written here. There'll definitely be a points jotted down and I will submit the paper to IMF by tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you गजानन सर. सर मेरे को डर था आप क्वेश्चन पूछते हो और आंसर भी आप ही देते हो, दूसरों को आप. So can I have Vivek Rastogi ji please on stage to give away the mementos. We also request Ujjwal Chaudhary ji and Captain Prasanjit. Are they there? Chaliye. Bhakti? Yeah, you ready? So can I request Vivek Rastogi ji to hand over the memento to the moderator, Gajanan Sab? Do we have Deepa Anand ji here? She was late. Aye ma'am, aye please to hand over the memento. Can we? Right, sir. Ma'am, can you hand over the memento to Shravan Kumar? It's next to you. उज्जवल साहब आइए. Can I request you to hand over the memento to Sanjay Bhavnani? सर और एक मोमेंटो दे दीजिए प्लीज टू कैप्टन अजय अच्युतन. रस्तोगी जी आइए सर. सॉरी मैंने आपको वापस. कैन यू हैंड ओवर टू मिस्टर अग्रवाल प्लीज. कैप्टन प्रसन्नजीत आइए सर. कैन आई रिक्वेस्ट यू टू हैंड ओवर टू मिस्टर अय्यर. Sir, और एक sir, Prasanjit sir, और एक sir, to Suchita madam. Can we request for a group photograph? Can we put this off, please? Can we put the LED off, please? आइए सर, आइए मैम, आइए. Shift. More. Come. Aishwarya, come. All the ladies together now. Lady power. So we are running late for the program, and I request everyone to please have a quick bite and a tea break for 10 minutes. We're starting back in 10 minutes. You can please get your tea, coffees and your plates back in the room. Can I request everyone to be back in 10 minutes, please? Thank you.
As a broker's perspective, content नहीं होना चाहिए, मगर speech तो होना ही चाहिए. Go ahead, Shiv.
In my view, because through a lawyer's perspective, I think it's
identified. A simple editable Form 7 which is published along with the RPS rules becomes a statutory document. It is published by government, it is a mandatory thing. But it is an editable document freely available to anyone. Anyone creates any profile, he uploads it and he sends it. So when the system, as he rightly said, was devised in 2012. Basis the feedback probably which they were getting from 2006. So it was already way behind the time.
गुप्ता पिलंकर. मैडम आपका इंटर वापस देना है? नहीं. So she is a leader in the Indian maritime sector with over 20 years of experience. And she has told me very clearly that Gupta has to be mentioned in between. So it's Aishwarya Gupta Pilankar. Right? Next, can we have Daniel sir online on the stage? Sorry, on the stage. Daniel sir का भी हमने intro पहले दे चुका है, so I will skip because we are already late. Daniel sir, I hope you don't mind. Next we have Captain Girish Fadnes. आइए sir. So Fadnes sir started his career as a cadet with the India steamship in 77. छोटा है sir, खाली 5 line sir. And became a master in 1990. He later opened the Calcutta branch for the Fleet Management Hong Kong and became MD of ASP in 2006. Also serving as country head of MTM and chairman of MASA. An accomplished sportsman, he represented India in rowing at the Asian Games and held roles with the Commonwealth Rowing Association. He is currently the president of the Yachting Association of Maharashtra. Captain Tushar Pradhan. Captain Tushar Pradhan, a fourth generation seafarer with 45 years of experience at companies like Scindia, Wallams, leads the Maritime Union of India. Recently elected to the ITF Maritime Safety Committee and recognized by the IMO, he works to improve seafarer welfare by addressing wage disputes, abandonment, promoting shore leave, and supporting women in maritime careers. Captain Pradhan is dedicated to being available 24/7 for seafarers and their families. ये 24/7 का कुछ गड़बड़ है सर, मेरा फोन उठाते नहीं हो आप. नहीं, आई एम स्टिल अ सीफेरर सर, मेरे पास CDC है, CDC है. हाँ सर देखो सर, ये लाइन कैंसिल करो, भक्ति ये लाइन कैंसिल करो. आइए मनोज यादव साहब, आइए. Manoj Yadav is the General Secretary of FSUI, a union established in 1956. With 20 years in the organization, he represents over 25,000 seafarers. In 2022, he joined the ITF Inland Navigation Team for South Asia and serves as Secretary of the WTWFI Port Federation. Manoj has shown unwavering support during the COVID-19 pandemic and for families affected by cyclone Tauktae, prioritizing human life and helping those in need. Manoj Yadav ji.
And he is not available for 24/7, he is available for 48/14. That's what Captain Daniel wanted to say. So I just said what he said.
नहीं सुनाई दिया. मैडम आपने क्या बोला?
24/7 नहीं.
हाँ.
He is 48/14 is what he is available.
Now we have the dynamic lady. Advocate at the Bombay High Court. आइए मैडम जी. Partner at International Maritime Law Chambers and faculty at the Indian Maritime University and Narottam Moraji Institute of Shipping. She specializes in corporate, maritime and international trade law, focusing on cross-border disputes and international arbitration. Additionally, she teaches the legal aspects of shipping, preparing the next generation of legal professionals in the maritime industry. Next we have on the panel is Mr. Gautam Parekh. Mr. Parekh is from Mayfair, WeCare, an insurance administrator specializing in facilitating end-to-end marine insurance solutions. With a focus on marine crew insurance, he has extensive experience in optimizing coverage, risk management and claims handling for maritime companies. Gautam's expertise ensures tailored, efficient solutions that enhance safety and compliance with the MLC 2006 regulations. So over to you, moderator Aishwarya Gupta Pilankar.
Thank you, Sanjeev, for mentioning Gupta there. Okay, so welcome everybody. And since we really have Captain Daniel, which we were really looking forward to, maybe everybody wanted to bash him in different ways, but we are not trying to do that at all. Just some very convenient questions, very easy questions for you. So since you have already spoken about what Deputy Director General, what government initiatives are being undertaken to improve recruitment fairness in the maritime sector, I think our DG sir has put some few points, but I think I would like you to elaborate a little more on it. What are your, and how do you give incentives for RPSL companies to follow those things also?
So basically this is, basically this is related to give incentives. So like I was discussing this in the meeting today also with Secretary Shipping, that we give incentives to the Indian ship owners for the tonnage tax. Tonnage tax, if they are putting ratings, trainees on their vessel, 15% of the crew strength, so they get rebate from the income tax. So similar kind of incentive should be also given to the RPS agencies who are doing a lot of recruitments without incident. To hona hi hai, natural or whatever accident, it will happen. No ship is safe. Something or the other thing will happen, and the response should be quicker. That is what we are looking at. So there is a thought also. It is a good suggestion. Also, I had a discussion with Captain Basin on last Wednesday. We had a meeting with CMMI and the industry, where the same thing was echoed. But as I was saying beginning also, that in India, being such a large democratic country, the most difficult task is making policy. The most easiest task is just to give advice. So advice is very easy to give, but making the policy is difficult to get all the diverge views in one platform, satisfy everybody. No, if you make any policy, I'm sure 100% everybody you can't make happy, So, but general consensus should be there that this is beneficial for the industry and the seafarers on the whole, So I would request a proposal, because this just happened 5 minutes back when I was discussing, like DG Secretary was asking, like what all initiatives we can do to promote our Maritime India Vision goal is from in 2030 our strength has to go from 12 to 20%. That is what I was also presenting during my presentation. It is not that it should be an imbalance. You just create, get seafarers, trainee, and then don't put them on board. So those aspects also have to be looked after, where we can promote seafarers and get them additional berths. So a concept paper has been being prepared. I'm sure this point I will take it home in the concept paper, but it is easier if I get something from your side to put it in the paper, which Secretary has given me deadline till Tuesday to submit. So in that, I will definitely include this point. Thank you.
We will definitely, we have few things in our mind. We will put across that to you, sir. I would go to Captain Girish Hadne, sir. You have been MASA chairman for quite some time. Your role have already been discussed and spoken by Sanjeev right now. So how do you view the industry progress in and ensuring transparency in recruitment process? Although we all have, all know that there is a process of recruitment, but I don't know how many companies actually follow the transparency process.
Thanks, Aishwarya. First, before I start, when we talk about transparency and when we talk about recruiting process, I think the full audience would agree that the Director General, along with Dr. Daniel, has been working towards this, and we have seen a change, and it's a very positive change where there has been a lot of interaction between the industry, stakeholders, and the DG shipping, which was not there earlier. I mean, I could openly say this. There have been a lot of fact-finding meetings which are going on, and incidentally, I was there in that meeting on Wednesday, as from CMMI, as head of their chairman of their business development. Proposals that we do put forward, it transforms into action, and that is what the basic of transparency and supporting the maritime fraternity is what we are seeing a change, and that is starting right from the top, right from the administration downwards. So it gives a very good, lesson or a picture to the industry that we are not here, they are not here only to speak and pass judgments. They are also there to listen and implement, which is very important. So we are taking the industry along. Thank you very much, sir, for that, and you have been very open and candid. I mean, I have not seen anybody giving the email address and telephone number to contact. Coming down to transparency, it's again a very, it's not an easy thing. Again, it depends upon values. The shipping companies, the recruiting agencies, it all depends what is it they want. Are they there to make fast buck, or they want to go by the book? And okay, we don't always go by the book. I've been in the crewing for almost 25 years. But then, what are your values? How do you translate your values and come across to the younger generation, the seafarers? Are you open with them? I feel, as in associations, you know, like MASA or FOSMA, they are in a very strong position where they have each 30, 40 shipping companies as members, and that's where the power lies. When you have 40 big recruiters or ship managers under your belt, you can do a lot of good work. You have to train, you have to have small seminars internally and educate. It's not, we always talk about the freshers coming in, but there are so many issues that we see which is happening. So the transparency part has to be inculcated into these trainees. They have to feel that yes, we have been told what is going to happen, which we've been seeing through the day. It's not happening, and maybe we require more interaction between the unions to tell the seafarers, and I think IMF also can play a very big. We got you here, sir. So you know, like NUSI and all the others, they have to be more open with the seafarers, telling them the right and the wrong, educating them. And it's not only about educating them, it's about our HR people in the office, our recruiting staff. We assume they know a lot of things, but sadly, they are not aware of things. Like in the previous session, we were talking about insurance. Are they aware? Are the RPSL companies also aware of what their own responsibilities are? We say that we are only agents. No, it's our responsibility. If you are an RPSL holder, it's your responsibility of getting that guy back safe till he reaches home. We can't say we are just agents acting for on behalf of the owners. If you do not know the rules, if you have not read the PNI cover, the fault lies there. There's no point in putting the blame on the crew. If the guys in the office are not aware, how is the crew going to be aware? Then again, in transparency, we have to work towards these things. It's not going to happen overnight, because it has not been happening.
When I was asking you about the transparency, what I am trying to here understand is the role of the administration, RPSL companies and the seafarers. So that transparency from the top to bottom, that is important. And how will that happen? If you are talking about the entire responsibility of RPSL, I would not take that it is only RPSL.
No,
As the earlier session rightly came up, Captain Shravan also spoke about, like, you know, the owners are responsible of so many more things than just the recruitment companies. Or we cannot deny the responsibility that the recruitment company is doing, but the final ownership companies, how and what we can go through, like see the documents that RPSL company has are uploaded on DG sites, right? DG site is open to verify documents and do things. So what is that more that an RPSL company needs to come up with the transparency, in more transparency, to ensure that they are in line with the administration that they want it, and then to ensure that their seafarers are not getting affected because of it. You know, that is what is here. It's not that somebody or a RPSL company is wanting to do it. After all that is happening, there are still problems that are, and if they are no, it's not going to be eliminated for sure. So how can that transparency happen? That is, as you rightly said, education. But it has to come from where? And how it is going to come to RPSL companies, and then from there to the seafarers.
See, when we talk about how are we going to educate, the RPSL companies have to first, if they are a recruiting agency, they need to have their fundamentals clear. If they are not going to have...
So the licenses again has been given after their fundamentals.
That's my belief. That's my belief.
No,
see, as an owner, I have seen owners in my time who shy away from responsibilities. When you talk about cover, they say it's done. It is we as the recruiting people who have to ensure that it is done. For that, you have to educate yourself first, and that is where the whole crux is. People who are sitting in positions, I don't know, I'm not generalizing this, but a lot of them are not aware as to what the MLC
So
actually
awareness
says.
is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, you know, like, that education has to come from within. If we see that we are not up to the mark to that, how are you going to talk to the younger generation if you are not clear about the rules? That's the way I look at it, ourselves. So instead of putting the blame somewhere else, let's look into ourselves. Are we clear on the thoughts and the system that we are working under? If so, then it's fine. Then you can move a step ahead. That's the way I look at it.
Okay. Okay, I'll take this forward. This is something we can continue for long now. Anyway, I'll take this forward with Captain Tushar Pradhan, sir. So I would specifically want to ask this question about Maritime Union of India, MUI. Key interventions in protecting seafarers from unfair recruitment practices. What is it that you...
Good afternoon, everyone. And it's evening time also. Good evening. Thank you for bringing it. We didn't look at the clock. And thank you for IMF for getting me as a panelist. As a unionist, what we want to see is the cases that are happening with the fraudulent agents and how the seafarers are suffering. In the last group mentioned over 1,000 seafarers which have been from the rural areas are being affected. So what we are actually not doing is getting to the root cause. We are just trying to pass the parcel around, the blame around. That is not true. And if you, as Captain Girish just now mentioned, 40 odd good companies, all these people who have been stranded or all those who have fallen a prey are basically not from the FOSMA, MASA or INSA, not from the recognized companies. These are these fly-by-night operators or smaller companies, and nothing wrong. Everybody wants to make money. We are all here to make money, but make money in the right way, not at a cost of the poor innocent seafarers. Yes, then we go to Director General of Shipping. We say the government should do everything. Well, government is an umbrella. Government cannot place
sensors around to monitor each seafarer, what is going right and wrong. They are doing a wonderful job now, and Captain Daniel is working 24 by 30 days. I don't say even by 7. Yeah, you don't have to agree with me, you can disagree, no problem. But with so many things, the cases are not reducing, they are still on the rise. So the interception for us is awareness, and as that was spoken earlier, and awareness and awareness. You have to bring out that awareness into the entire industry. Not only the owners, they also need to be educated. Owners feel their responsibility, they have appointed the RPSL, they have appointed the agents, their job is finished. No. The RPSLs then have to play a major role. We do have this familiarization prior joining. Why hasn't these courses been introduced prior joining, irrespective whether it's your first time or the second time? Let them run through. If it is for the consecutive times, you can reduce that for 30 minutes. But if he's a first entrant, let it be for a couple of days. Let him be for a week until he's understood his rights and duties. What is a CBA? What is an ACA? He's just being told tick mark done, signature done, finished everything within 2 hours, and he's given a packet, all the documents to join the ship. That is ridiculous. I have put in 45 years at sea, I know how it works. And whether it's a good company or a bad company, doesn't make a difference. The system, the checklist is the major cause for everything. Everybody wants to just fill up the checklist, pass our audits, nothing else. It's the ISM that we are trying to fulfill. So the main thing is the awareness, and in the awareness, if you go through your SCA, your CBA, you'll exactly know what all you need to do. The rights, the duties. Does anybody even worry about whether you're supposed that SCA extra copies to be left? The nominee has to be put on into that SCA. Is that copy being kept with your next of kin or whoever the nominee is? Nothing is being told about that. 2 envelopes are given, 2 copies are given to him. He doesn't know, he carries both the copies. What about the death and disability compensation? Does he know why is that been put in for? They are only told that you are getting so much of gross, everybody is happy, oh, that's it. And all this mainly happens for the new entrants. We have to emphasize, focus, and concentrate on the new entrants. And the new, in my perception or my feeling is that the entrance, the first entrance should be through the MTIs. Let the MTIs be the main core from where you have to select the boys into the companies. Because then the MTIs, you can hold them responsible for not informing all the seafarers who are joining for the first time about what is expected out of them. Let there be a proper curriculum for them into their training, and then probably you will find that the numbers are going down. Also, I'm not blaming DG, but as we saw Captain Daniel had put the slides through, if you look at it, 546 RPSLs. I think for the seafarers that we are having, I think this is far too large. I don't say it's a democratic country. Each one of you can be an RPSL. You have the right to be an RPSL. But does anybody have that much of time to actually regulate these 546 RPSLs? A great job, 70 RPSLs, they have already put them on hold or suspended, blacklisted, fantastic. It was never done much in the past. Now they are taking more measures to control things. But I think this control of giving licenses for RPSL should also take place. It should be in the same manner in which I will say the automobile industry in Singapore is. The licenses are regulated, the licenses are restricted, so there is not much traffic on the road. Today is similar to what we have in India. There are so many vehicles, no parking space, and it is difficult to cross the roads for the pedestrians or even for the drivers to drive safely. Thank you for that. I hope I've answered the question.
Thank you very much. There are too many things that I actually have in my mind, but I think we'll go ahead with the next question. Okay, I'll ask Mr. Manoj Yadav, as a General Secretary of Forward Seamen Union of India, what are the most pressing challenges seafarers report regarding recruitment practices that you have gone through?
Come again?
What are the most pressing challenges seafarers report regarding recruitment practices to you?
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Is it okay if I can reply in Hindi?
आप जिस भाषा में चाहें कर सकते हैं, सब जानते हैं।
सब सो रहे हैं ना, थोड़ा जाग
या
जाएंगे।
ओके, सो रहे हैं सब लोग।
एज ए सीफेयर, हम जो सीफेयर्स की यूनियन चलाते हैं, हमारे बड़े भाई यहाँ पे बैठे हैं, कोई ऐसा दिन नहीं है जिस दिन हमारे पास कोई कंप्लेन नहीं है। वो चाहे अबेंडन से शुरू होती है, नॉन पेमेंट ऑफ वेज। डीजी ने बताया अपने की प्रेजेंटेशन में कि वो गया कहीं और से, ज्वाइन कहीं और से है और उसका अपडेट कहीं और दिखा रहा है, और उसमें से एक लड़के की डेथ हो चुकी है। अब प्रॉब्लम ये है कि उसका कंपनसेशन हम क्लेम किससे करें? मतलब अगर हम लीगल असिस्टेंट भी लेते हैं उस कंट्री में, तो आज के समय पे ये बात मुझसे ज़्यादा मुकुल दत्ता सर बैठे हैं, उनको पता है, डीजी सर वहाँ पता है। तो ऐसी कंडीशन में हम सब हेल्पलेस हैं, कोई कुछ नहीं कर सकता। और आप बिलीव करिए कि जब ऐसा होता है और उनका परिवार जब डीजी की ऑफिस में जाता है या हमारी ऑफिस में आता है या एमयूआई की ऑफिस में आता है, आप उनका दर्द बता नहीं सकते कि क्या है। हम ट्रेड यूनियन है, हम निगोशिएट करने में विश्वास करते हैं कि इनको एक फेयर वेजेस मिलना चाहिए, फेयर इनको राइट्स मिलना चाहिए, हर चीज़ मिलना चाहिए। बट एज मेरा पर्सनल ओपिनियन है कि सबसे ज़्यादा जो इम्पोर्टेंट है वो उनकी सोशल सिक्योरिटी, स्पेशली जब वो ना हो तब। क्योंकि वो $200 में काम कर रहा है, $300 में काम कर रहा है, $500 में काम कर रहा है। सम टाइम हम उतना ज़्यादा उसमें इंटरवेंशन नहीं करते until unless the vessel not getting detained और जो भी है। बट जब उसकी डेथ हो जाती है, आप बिलीव करिए, छोटे छोटे बच्चों के साथ में जब उसका परिवार इस ऑफिस में आके बैठ के रोता है, उस वक्त कोई आंसर नहीं होता हमें देने के लिए। तो जो आज का जो, और उसमें ये जो केस चल रहा है, जो अभी मैडम ने जो प्रश्न पूछा है कि ये जो केस चल रहा है कि किसी भी सी फेयर को किसी और के लाइसेंस पे जहाज़ पे चढ़ाना। अभी रिसेंट एक केस हुआ है, मुझे लगता है एयरपोर्ट पे डिटेन किया था एक सीमैन को, और अब उसको भी 2 दिन 3 दिन जेल में रखा था। तो उसमें उस सीमैन की क्या गलती? हम ऐसे देश में हैं जहाँ पे एक रिसेंट रिपोर्ट के हिसाब से 42.6% 25 साल से उम्र के लोग जो ग्रेजुएट हैं वो बेरोजगार हैं। ऐसी कंडीशन में लोग अगर शिपिंग में जॉब के लिए आते हैं तो आप वो इतना ईगर होते हैं कि एक छोटी सी आशा अगर आप उनको दिखा दो कि आप ऐसे कर देंगे और इस लाइसेंस पे ईरान चले जाओगे, इराक चले जाओगे, बहुत ही आसान है उनको ट्रैप करना। हम बोलते हैं सीमेन को एजुकेट किया जाए, सब कुछ किया जाए। सो विदाउट टेकिंग मच टाइम मैडम, आई थिंक दिस इज द वन ऑफ द इम्पोर्टेंट केस नाउअडेज व्हाट वी आर फेसिंग। थैंक यू।
I would just echo what Manoj ji has just said. In fact, I'm handling such cases myself and Mukul. But in addition to that, because if the seafarer has gone on Y vessel and he has been put on X vessel, we face challenge. And if his mortal remains are received, at least we can do something, you know, the body is there and we can do something. The real challenge is when the seafarer is missing, the vessel sinks and the person is missing. Then you don't know what to do. We have 6 cases plus which is going on and we don't know what to do. We are struggling because we don't know where he is, which ship, we don't know. So the real challenge is one step ahead, because the social security, the trouble is when the seafarer is on the other vessel, master checker, other entry, and he is missing in addition to that.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Manisha Tiwari, what innovative legal solution exists to address recurring issues like wage defaults and contract breaches?
Thank you, Aishwarya. So what I feel regarding this recurring issues of default in wages and breach of contracts. So while addressing these issues, we need to have a multifaceted approach and a very innovative legal solution.
Do we have something as of now that can help?
See, we have many solutions, but how effective is the question? How effective it is. So, to make So whatever we have to make it effective, we need to be very proactive while for the all stakeholders, like whether it is seafarer, whether it's RPSL agencies or regulatory bodies. So right from the beginning, if I talk about, even if we do not have very effective mechanism, but what we can do is we can have a very clear contract, whereas in practice what is happening, copy, cut and paste. So we need to have a very clear contract. Coming to the next, which we have.
So in any which ways, the seafarer is not ready to even read the basic contract.
That's what I'm coming
right
to. I'm coming to that point. I'm coming to that point. Second, when it comes about, I have heard all the respected panelists, even in the first discussion and in now, awareness, education is the most important solution which we are talking about. So how successful is the education is the question mark. How successful is the awareness program is the question mark. So we also need to ensure that the program is a successful program. So how we are going to do that? I will elaborate with a small example. For example, when seafarer is joining a vessel, he has to undergo many tests, examination. For example, for health checkup, whether he is physically fit or not. He undergoes to medical checkup and all, and then an independent doctor certifies that he is physically fit or psychologically, mentally fit. Similarly, when it comes about the operation of RPSL, functioning, what we have?
There is a long list of RPSL checklist.
Yes, exactly. So, like we have an annual audit for the accounts, we should have a kind of annual audit and a certification.
RPSL company has an oral audit, and there is more audits that
No. I am
definitely looking.
Ashwarya, I am talking about the independent certification by an independent competent authority.
Okay.
Third party.
Yeah.
Third party.
Administration
so
is very much
who
working
is
on that.
capable? So I will say, while verifying and confirming whether the RPSL agency or companies are functioning in compliance with the rules and regulation, the expert in rules and regulation need to be engaged.
Yeah, but again, when you're saying
And then
this, the problem of regulatory, there are rules, regulations, that's fine. But finally, the problem is with the seafarer not reading the contracts, not understanding that.
I am coming there, Ashwarya. So the thing is, when we were fresher, if we take our example itself, whenever there was a training program, conference program or anything, how vigilantly we used to listen that program. This is the problem with the seafarer as well. They are freshly pass out. They are excited to join the vessel, see the world, right? So we need to make sure that they are understanding what we are trying to make them understand. They are digesting it as we want to make them. I have recently handled a couple of cases and still handling where the seafarer don't know what is CBA.
I think many RPSL companies also don't know what is CBA.
Yeah.
It's not just seafarers.
And which insurance? Someone has rightly mentioned that which P&I club is covering their issues or in case of any dispute. So these are the problems. So we have to ensure, and how an independent, competent person can have a one-to-one interaction and issue a certificate that the whatever the training program is successful, and each and every seafarer, whoever joining the vessel through them, are well aware and well trained. Similarly for the RPSL agencies staff as well. Independent.
So basically educating.
Yes. So it's
Got
like
your point.
educating but with examination, but only not the capacity building through training and awareness.
I have just one thing to say
Examination
on-
also needs to be done together.
There's very small thing that I think I should mention here. There are direct candidates, cadets, or even we have now like 5 courses, and they getting their CDCs. Once you have these kind of candidates coming in, there are so many of them who just walk in sometimes into our offices. When they walk in, if you ask them, even after completing their GP courses or even cadetships, you ask them the basic understanding from reputed institutes. I'm not even talking about institutes which are just reputed institutes. You ask them the basic questions of what is STCW course, they do not understand it. So from educating them from that level is definitely the part of MTIs. It really needs, MTIs really need to, and there should be an extraordinary regulations for MTIs also to ensure that they are actually understood what it is. They are giving their exams, they are clearing their exams, and then they walk into the organization, RPSL companies. And the reason, one of the reasons why they get cheated also is because they are not understood there in the MTIs anything at all. And then plus I think what it also comes is then finally it is obviously the whether we want to do the fair practice with them or not. But whether they are understanding what is fair practice is way ahead. I think
I can add what you have said, madam. Actually, it was there in my slide, but then I thought my slide is more than 30, so I removed it. So, Directorate is already initiated this thought process which you have said. We are having a MOU with QCI, Quality Control of India. This is an independent rating agency which rates all over India. Independent agency. It rates the medical institutions, aviation institutions. It's already in line. So there is a MOU already which we have, the legal team is working on. The legal team is working on the vetting of the MOU for training, because we know what CIP is doing. It has not served the purpose for what it was, meant for. So we all know. So that's why this concept of independent agency has come. Quality Control, NABET, National Accreditation Board of Education and Training. So we have the MOU, already it is in process, maybe possibly very soon with the stakeholders consultation, we will have the MOU go through, and we will have independent agency vetting these RPS and also Maritime Training Institutes to cover the points what you and Aishwarya has said. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So now I have to come to Mr. Gautam Parekh. He has some innovative ideas. So let me understand. How can tailored insurance policies address challenges like seafarers' abundancy and wages supports, if there are certain insurance such as?
Good evening, everyone. So tailored policies can. Good evening, everyone. Tailored policies can help, mitigate risks that RPS companies undergo, with regards to their liability towards the seafarers that are, joining foreign flag vessels or international vessels. These products, of course, includes medical expense cover, but they also include various other modules such as abandonment cover, cover for sick pay, cover for accidental death and permanent disability. So, by just taking out this insurance, they not only cover their liability, but they also comply with the MLC requirements.
For the wages, do we have some, like at the time when certain companies are not able to, 3 months, 4 months, as per MLC, you had 3 months or 4 months wages is also a concern.
So, under abandonment, if in case the vessel gets abandoned by the ship owner, due to whatever reason, could be bankruptcy, could be insolvency, or could be that they just stop maintaining, providing maintenance, In that case, the sick pay, sorry, the loss of the wages part is something it can be covered under the insurance. So there are insurances which cover the risks, and thereby reducing liability for the RPS companies.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to Captain Daniel. There are lots of technological changes that are that DG has spoken about. Quite some platforms and different platforms are here. Can you just elaborate on what kind of insight into how technology is being leveraged to enhance transparency in maritime recruitment specifically?
This I think I have already covered in my slides, but I will
there were quite some people not attending, so maybe
okay.
you can redo it.
So I will redo it. One is we are going to get the 24/7 comprehensive grievance module, which will be a dashboard app-based seafarer will get, and also the RPS agency or any stakeholder can use it. It will be AI-based, and it will be state-of-art, which we are expected by March. Also, the other grievance, this comprehensive grievance module will include the 4 aspects related to crisis response, seafarers grievances, and RPSL related, and MTI. So these 4 will be included in that module. That is one change we are bringing. Additionally, the e-migrate system which is there, which has been upgraded to version 2.0 by Ministry of External Affairs, which we have already integrated. But as I clarified in the earlier slides, that we are working on the state-of-the-art e-governance system. By October or November 2025, we want to have state-of-the-art system where the entire processes with the directorate has to be that is our vision, to we have paperless system. Entire system will be transparent and open. That is what is our aim.
So transparent, entire system will be transparent. Means
when it is open and it is paperless, with timelines, with metrics, with escalation metrics, the people can know where the file is, where it is going.
But
so
it
will
is
lead
open
to
only between the two company and the government, right? It cannot be open for everybody.
Obviously, whichever. Suppose you make an application, you should know where the application has gone, and each stage you will get an alert by email as well as by SMS. And once this is approved, you will get approved status, and you can print or download the application. No more paper. Everything is paperless.
And we will
that
have
is
some deadlines and timelines also. For
yes, I showed you the escalation matrix with timelines. That each application will be time bound. Each will have timelines. Citizen charter is already there, but we have reworked. Many places there are not timelines, so it will be escalated. If it is not resolved in that particular level, it will go to the next higher level. It will then come to ultimately to DG, And in addition to that, I just wanted to clarify, Madam was telling, I just forgot, the current system, current system what it is. So everybody is aware what is the current mechanism for grievances? Anybody can tell what is the timeline, what is the provision, where it is for seafarers and RPS or next of kin? What is the current? Because from the agents or from the RPS, from the seafarer, I get direct grievances thing. But what is the rule provision? Where is this rule provision? Anybody can highlight this? What is the correct step and what is the correct timeline?
See, this is what I'm.
So it is there in RPSL rule. Okay. So these provisions are given. Seafarer has to approach Director Seaman Employment Officer. Where is he? Mukulji? So he is the nodal as per rule. The first query has to come to him, grievance. Okay, it comes to anywhere, it is okay, but that concerned jurisdiction, if he is on that RPS, it has to come to the concerned DSU. And he has to resolve this thing within 30 days and give directions after investigation. If the person is not happy with the decision, he can appeal. The first appellate authority is DSO is the person who is the first one. Appeal, appellate authority. Principal officer. The concerned principal officer is the first appellate authority. So you have to give your application within 30 days and he will give a solution within 60 days. Okay, that is the first appellate. Even first appellate you are not happy, then it has to be within 30 days to DG, but there is no timeline given for DG, presently, in the present RPS rule. But DG has been very vocal, and the escalation matrix we have put fixed it as 60 days. Okay. Present rule says only reasonable time. Reasonable time can be 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. So, but DG has told no, it has to be 60 days, and we have incorporated in our new module also. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is one interesting question that I have. Currently, the issues of Indian seafarers, I am asking it to Mr. Manoj right now. Currently, this issue of Indian seafarers abandoned is at its peak. I think it has been peak forever and has been raised in all the forums. So how does FSUI see this in case of their members regarding abandonment and criminalization?
Thank you, madam. In regards to abandonment, बहुत कुछ है बोलने के लिए, but is it fine if I can just give one pen drive और एक page display कर सकती है? It will be more. It may be on folder 3 or 4. ITF will be written. So before it start, it is not a big slide. It is one page. जो abandonment का केस है कुछ नया नहीं है, but पिछले 3 साल से जो इन्होंने बोला है कि ये हाईलाइट हुआ है बिकॉज इंडियन नंबर्स आर इंक्रीजिंग. तो यहाँ पे मैं सभी RPSL वालों की तारीफ करना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि 2018-17 के पहले फर्स्ट टाइम 2018 और 17 के पहले जब तक RPSL इतना ज़्यादा मतलब RPSL के ऊपर इतना ज़्यादा जवाबदारी नहीं थी, अबैंडनमेंट का केस इससे ज़्यादा था, लेकिन वो सब रिक्रूट किए जाते थे फ्लाई बाय नाइट ऑपरेटर्स के थ्रू. हम इंडियन नेशनल फ्लैग की भी बात करें तो लेट्स स्टार्ट फ्रॉम प्रतिभा शिपिंग, वरुण शिपिंग, मर्केटर, टैग, डॉल्फिन, गोल, ये जितने भी जहाज हैं, इवन जयशु शिपिंग लंबा टेनियर रहा है अबैंडनमेंट का, इंक्लूडिंग द यूक्रेनियन क्रू. ये इतना ज़्यादा बड़ा फिगर था कि आज का फिगर शायद कम पड़ता, लेकिन इसकी रिपोर्टिंग नहीं हुई थी कहीं पे. तो जब रिपोर्टिंग नहीं हुई थी तो अबैंडनमेंट के केस में हम कहीं थे नहीं. ये 2018 की मैगजीन है, बुलेटिन है ITF का, और क्या टाइटल आप देख सकते हैं, अबैंडनमेंट अप्लाइड टू इंडस्ट्री. लेकिन तब हम लोग सोच नहीं रहे थे बिकॉज 18 में हमारा कुछ कंसर्न नहीं था इंडिया से. तो इट इज़ नथिंग न्यू, एंड कम से कम RPSL का रूल जो है, RPSL के थ्रू जो जाने वाले हैं उनका हमको नंबर पता चल रहा है, एंड वी आर फाइंडिंग आउट वेयर दे आर. पता नहीं चलेगा कि नहीं, 2 पेज और थे इस पर, कैसे चलता है? एक ही पेज होगा शायद से, एक और 2-3 स्लाइड होगी, हाथ उसको मत खाना. हाँ, ये एक केस है जिसमें 6 सीमेन मर गए थे जो नॉन मतलब फ्लाई बाय नाइट ऑपरेटर से रिक्रूट किए गए थे, जिसका रिकॉर्ड कहीं पे भी नहीं है. मैं अभी भी बोल रहा हूँ DG के पास नहीं है, और ये पब्लिश किया गया था जस्ट अवेयरनेस इन दैट ITF मैगजीन 2018 in 156 country where ITF exists with all the national or international languages. तो it is not new, नया कुछ नहीं है, बट आज हम उससे जो स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं, एंड वी आर फाइंडिंग द वेज व्हाट DG शिपिंग हैज़ गिवन द राइट प्रेजेंटेशन कि किस तरह से उसको हम कोप अप कर सकते हैं. बट व्हाट आई बिलीव कि 2030 का जो मैरीटाइम विजन को अगर अचीव करना है तो वी हैव टू वर्क इन अ टीम, whether RPSL, whether a principal, whether seafarer, whether administration. Otherwise 2030 जो मैरीटाइम विजन है उसमें सीफेयर का कॉलम भी नहीं है. तो व्हाट आर आवर चैलेंजेस? तो ये जो सेक्टर है, वी हैव टू वर्क टुगेदर टू कोप अप विथ ऑल दिस चैलेंजेस. सो आई बिलीव व्हाट DG हैज टेकन इनिशिएटिव, उसके साथ में कुछ और भी कर सकते हैं जो आने वाले टाइम पे ये सब चीज़ों को अवॉइड करने के लिए टू हैव अ बाय पार्टी और ट्राई पार्टी कमेटी विद द फ्लैग स्टेट्स, वो ज़्यादा कारगर होगी, ये मेरा मानना है, जहाँ पे वो वेसल रजिस्टर्ड है. क्योंकि वो हमारी नहीं सुनते प्रिंसिपल, ना शायद डीजी के लेटर को भी उतना इंटरटेन नहीं करते, लेकिन जहाँ वेसल रजिस्टर्ड है, अगर फ्लैग स्टेट के साथ में कुछ ऐसा अरेंजमेंट हो सके ट्राई पार्टी, तो मुझे लगता है जहाँ रजिस्टर्ड है। मेरे पास एक और स्लाइड है, अगर टाइम रहा तो मैं दिखाऊंगा हाउ।
आपके पास कुछ ऐसा है जो आप बता रहे हैं, जैसे आप बता रहे हैं?
डेफिनेटली मेरे पास एक है, जस्ट आई विल टेक 2 more minutes। सर एक और फोल्डर नंबर 4, हाँ फोल्डर नंबर 4 है करके, यहाँ पे एक कंपनी है जो यूएई बेस्ड है, शायद यहाँ पे कुछ लोग उसके लिए रिक्रूट भी करते होंगे। मेरा ये मानना है कि तकरीबन 1000 इंडियन इस कंपनी में काम करते हैं, और इस कंपनी से हमारी जो फॉरवर्ड यूनियन की लड़ाई पिछले 3 साल से चल रही थी। थॉट ये है कि ये कंपनी तकरीबन 100 वेसल ऑपरेट करती है, जिसके ओनरशिप है, और जिसके ऊपर तकरीबन 1000 इंडियन काम करते हैं और उतने ही इजिप्शियन काम करते हैं। और इस कंपनी का जो वेसल है वो मेनली पनामा और सेंट किट्स में रजिस्टर्ड है, और जो कुछ जहाज हैं उनके कतर में, मतलब नेशनल फ्लैग में रजिस्टर्ड है। इनका जो सीबीए हमारे पास आया था, जो सीमेन था हमारे पास सीबीए आया था, इस कॉल्ड जाकिर मरीन। ये बिफोर इंटरवेंशन एफएसयू है, जाकिर मरीन, ZMI ग्रुप। कैन यू जस्ट स्क्रॉल डाउन? हाँ नहीं ठीक है, वो हाउ वी अचीव्ड, आई एम टेलिंग यू द थिंग्स, जस्ट गो ऑन। एक मिनट, यहाँ पे एक लिखा हुआ है कि द कंपनसेशन विल बी ऑन द बेस ऑफ द दैट लॉ ऑफ द लैंड। लॉ ऑफ द लैंड मीन्स यूएई हैज नॉट रेटिफाइड MLC। अगर एक सीमेंट को $200 बेसिक कंसीडर किया जाए तो मल्टीप्लाई बाय 100 टाइम्स इज इक्वल टू $20,000 फॉर अ वेसल रजिस्टर्ड इन पनामा एंड सेंट किट्स। व्हाट वी हैव डन, कैन यू जस्ट चेंज इट आउट सेकेंड। हमने यहाँ पे RPSL से भी बात नहीं करी, हमने किसी से नहीं बात करी। वी हैव डायरेक्ट रिटर्न टू ILO, 1-2 ILO के लेटर हैं। I personally went to Delhi office, met ILO people, ILO intervened, उसके बाद एक ILO का लेटर है, 2 लेटर है ILO के, ये देखिए ILO ने फिर हमको लेटर लिखा। ILO wrote to Panama and St. Kitts wrote to Ship Owners Association, Ship Owners Association again intervened in the ZMI, और आफ्टर का आप जरा एक CBA दिखाइएगा आफ्टर का। Now they have mentioned in their CBA that as per MLC 2006 compensation। अभी भी हमारी झगड़ा उनके साथ में बीच में चल रहा था कि यू हैव टू कम आउट विद द फिगर। अभी तक मुझे नहीं पता कि अगर इसके लिए कोई रिक्रूट कर रहा होगा तो हमने कभी उनको एक मेल भी डाल के पूछा है। सो दैट काइंड ऑफ थिंग, बिकॉज अगर प्रिंसिपल नहीं चेंज करेगा, वो अपना जो CBA और जिसके थ्रू वो PNI के साथ और इंश्योरेंस कंपनी के साथ अटैच्ड हैं, हम यहाँ पे कितने भी RPSL के ऊपर प्रहार करते रहे, RPSL को टारगेट करते रहे, नथिंग इज गोइंग टू चेंज। सो वी अचीव्ड दिस एंड आई एम प्राउड ऑफ दिस, कि मतलब हमने बहुत इफर्ट किया 2 साल के अचीवमेंट के बाद। अगर आप आफ्टर वाला जरा स्क्रॉल करो, नीचे एक हाईलाइट किया होगा, और दिस आई थिंक दिस हैज बीन रिकन MLC एज पर MLC 2006। सेम कंपनी ने चेंज किया बहुत लड़ाई के बाद। सो इट इज, हम ये नहीं कर रहे कि हमने बहुत बड़ा कुछ किया, बट यस अगर हम जॉइंट एक टीम में एफर्ट करें विद द एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, सीफेयर्स एंड एवरीथिंग एज इंक्लूडिंग द फ्लैग स्टेट, I think we can achieve on that. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Manoj. Nice case study. For sure. Thank you. I would like to go now to Captain Girish Fadnis once again. So, since we have already spoken about the MTI's requirement on this, so do you really believe that recruitment companies and MTIs are the sole responsible for the education of seafarers, or do you think that administration should also take part in this?
See, I don't think it is correct to say that the administration should take part in the teaching or training in the institutes. They can pass rules, regulations, they can set up systems, but then finally they are giving the responsibility to an MTI or the license to operate, to ensure that the teachings are done. So it finally boils down to MTI.
There are so many institutes now. If you go to Rajasthan or you go to north of India, there are so many institutes where it is written DG approved. They are just, they are like 3 or 4 maybe RPSL companies who are having approved license of RPSL. They're not even having an approved license as an MTIs, okay? But these institutes are running all over, like more than 20-25 institutes in Jaipur itself, or maybe there are even more. So how are we as an administration, or even as a, now if you're talking about FOSMA, MASA, IMF, even after all so many people coming together, and after so many associations and administration committee, we still have such kind of institute giving training, and all they do is get some or the other people here doing the 5 courses, and then these candidates are sent on the vessels which are nowhere, like you can't even imagine kind of.
Madam, in all fairness, with the DDG sitting with us, this is not for us to answer. I mean, it will not be right to comment on why an institute was given a license.
No, they are not even having a license. That's what I'm saying.
No, then they can't operate.
They are operating. How do we, that's what I'm saying. Even after that they are operating. Now how do we rectify that since they are operating, you are getting people who are not educated at all.
That means it's a fraudulent, it's not a...
and people are knowing, everybody is knowing about it. So why are actions not taken? That is my question.
See, I don't think that would, sir, you be able to answer. Yeah, because I think it's better to him to answer.
Yeah. See, as per our rules, no MTI can operate without the license issued by the directorate. That is very clear. Also, RPS, as per our RPSL rule, no illegal agent can operate without our license. If they are operating, then it is the role of all the stakeholders, including union, including seafarers, whoever knows this, to report to directorate or report to the concerned state authority, because it is illegal as per law of land. Action will be initiated. Ek FIR karo, the action will be initiated. We have got complaints of one academy in the Jaipur. We have already written to the state DGP for taking action against as per the law of land. So it is the responsibility of collectivity of everyone involved. So if you get to know, immediately complain to the local police authority with necessary proof as per law of land for initiation of action. It is not approved by us, by the directorate. So how a directorate can take action on that? We can tell only to the police authority to take actions, and we have taken actions whichever has been reported to us.
Thank you. Captain Tushar, what are the strategies that can address issues like delayed wages and contract violations faced by seafarers?
The wages is the minimum ILO requirement that has to be there, which has to.
No, I'm not talking about wages not receiving. I'm talking about delayed wages here.
Indian wages.
Delayed.
Delayed. Well, when there are the delays in the wages, then the seafarer reports to the unions, and we take this matter up. We deal directly with the RPSL or with the owners, as the case may be. We keep pursuing that. If not, then we go to the authorities further up. We inform the Director General of Shipping also. We go to the shipping master, and prior to even going to a competent authority, we directly involve the ITF inspectors. We report to ITF. The ITF inspectors in port, they go and check the vessel, find out, have a dialogue, and thereafter the necessary action is put in place by the ITF inspector, who keeps us in copy, and the wages are then being settled down. We haven't had any failure of wages not being paid. So far we have dealt with number of cases in the last 2 years that I have been around, and the seafarer has always got his dues. There have been cases where the seafarer has agreed to be paid after he comes down on leave, and there are many companies which don't do that payment. We keep pursuing the owners. We keep, even at times we have even threatened them, and that has worked in our favor, and all the seafarers are being paid. Irrespective whether he's our member or no, we always prefer the officers to be our members so that we can safeguard them. But even if he is not a member, we do come to his aid, because finally he is a seafarer, and it is a part or the responsibility of a trade union that we have to support the seafarers. We do not even bother to look whether he is an officer or a crew. and we ensure that his wages are settled down.
One more question for you. There are so many welfare funds and things which are there. You know? So these welfare funds, where in case of such abundancy or such a kind of delayed of wages or things, do we really have a record in which we can understand that such funds have been used for the seafarers' welfare? I think union and administration together are the key to answer this question.
See, there is nothing as a separate abandoned fund that has been.
The funds that we receive is for their welfare. So in whatever case,
Yeah,
whether it
see,
is abundancy or whatever it is, how we can use that, or are they used for it?
We have used our own personal funds for getting these stranded seafarers, even from Libya. We have always, I have also utilized my women's wing head, Mrs. Salia Sheikh. I have asked her services for aiding, helping out contacts so that we can send across the funds. Because what happens due to government regulations, we cannot directly remit foreign exchange. And you see, whenever a seafarer is stranded or abandoned, it is we deal with the ITF to generate the contacts, and when it comes for doing the payments to get him back, you need to send the money across. There are agencies fees. The agency fees have to be paid in their local currency. We do not have that resources, but we do have the funds. We do come forward, we do pay, but then we need some contacts. So there are some ways of doing it. We do that, and if we even tap people, friends who know some agencies who can assist us, we do all those. And these welfare funds that are there with us, we utilize that, and that is meant for all these things. So we never fall back in not doing, but now there is a new thought process being done that a negotiation should be done in the CBA between the seafarer and a crew as an insurance policy. And that should be in line with also the policy of the company policy also. So if that sort of an insurance policy is put in place and it is negotiated in the CBA, there will be a separate fund for this abandonment.
Thank you. Captain Daniel wanted to add something to that.
Regarding this fund, let me clarify. There are two funds which are available. One is two organizations. One is Seafarer Seamen's Provident Fund Organization, SPFO, and then one more is Seafarers Welfare Fund Society, SWFS. One is as per Act, SPFO. The other one is as per a society we have registered. So these are the two organizations which are there for fund. The gratuity of the seafarer, the provident fund, it is available. So whenever the seafarer retires, his CDC is surrendered, then he gets the amount whatever is credited throughout his period. The other fund is SWFS, where the RPS is supposed to pay 6,000 per pro or whatever per pro rata basis, basically 6,000 per year. That is the fees. So these funds are utilized for the welfare of the seafarers, which is related to these schemes. We have 12 schemes available under these schemes. Please read through. These are available in DG website, and a tremendous amount of services are being done through the schemes which are available for widowed scheme, for people who die, additional schemes. So many schemes are there which are running successfully. Also, we give scholarships to women seafarers. A lot of other things are there. Coming to your question of having these wages to be turned towards for the fund of seafarers, it will be a wrong practice sending a wrong signal that you get abandoned and get the fund from here. So the committee in their wisdom has decided not to fund for the wages part. So that's why it is not funded, and it is the onus on the ship owner through the P&I cover to settle the wages which is there. Additionally, I would add very important thing which is going to come from 23rd December 2024. So everybody is aware what is going to come. MLC 2022 amendment is going to come. There are very important changes which have been brought in addition to the definition of abandonment. You know, a seafarer is abandoned. There are three things, three conditions. I will just read out quickly. If, as per the convention, if the ship owner fails to cover the cost of seafarer's repatriation, that is one condition, or has left the seafarer without necessary maintenance and support, or has otherwise unilaterally severed their ties with the seafarer, including failure to pay contractual wages for a period of at least 2 months. So if 2 months also is not paid, seafarer is considered to be abandoned. Unfortunately, we write lot of papers, lot of presentation. Being a seafarers champions cause, we are writing so many papers in IMO. Till date, in ILO, we have written only one paper, till date. So I request through your medium, there are a lot of things to write and present our case in ILO. So already I am working on 2 papers. One is related to drinking water. There are no standards available. There are no rules. So we are working on those. I request through IMF, the unions, please present papers. We are seafarer and supplying nation. So we need to support by supplying papers. Just giving intervention there won't work. Okay. Our papers have to go. So many nations, you see Philippines, how many papers have been presented. So I request all of you here, present the paper and give it to directorate. I alone can't be making papers. So paper has to be presented. India's visibility has to be seen everywhere, where it is going to come in IMO now, thankfully to the current regime and the directorate's vision. But unfortunately, we are lacking in ILO. So I request through your medium, such billion nation country with so many seafarers, we have presented only one paper.
Captain Daniel, I would like to add a little, and thank you, Aishwarya, for letting me speak. Well, in the recent ILO conference, tripartite between 22nd and 24th to 22nd of November, I was there, and this food and water and also the sanitation was taken, noted down, and this was accepted by the tripartite, and they are going to have this as a resolution coming in. So those who are also criminalized or those are under fair treatment practices, so this is now going to be inducted. So already that has been done, and the sanitation and water was through, I was the one who was actually who put into this.
Even the seafarers who get abandoned for time.
This will all come in into that fair treatment, under fair treatment, everything will come in. Okay. And about this MLC, it is all there on the paper. 1.4 is already there, and but what happens is the flag state does not take the responsibility. So now the question is how this has to go on. The owners raise their hands up, the first person is the owner, then the flag state, it doesn't happen. RPSL, he puts his hands up. Everything is there on the paper, but nobody wants to abide by that. So then it is going to be the port state control who has to take charge of the vessel. But they also are little reluctant to come in, and now it's going to be emphasized that they can have a lien on the vessel, arrest the vessel, put the vessel up for sale, and the repatriation and also the wages will be paid through that. But then the local laws are also applicable, because the local, as per the local laws that state, the port, they will also have their claims. So it's a big mess, but they are trying to streamline things. By 2026, there will be firm guidelines. This time they were only a draft guidelines for fair treatment, but this will be rolled out shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are running short of time, so I'll have to close this over here for us to discuss. But the floor is open if there are any questions that we have. Yes, Captain Achyutam can get the question. Can we share the mic?
Yeah, it's an observation. In this whole cycle of seafarer training and education, we've not mentioned one thing of training the auditors and inspectors. We've had very critical things where they've gone and audited and wrong practices have continued. So that's something I just want to raise a red flag. Second is the madam lawyer who spoke about the training institutes and the grading which you got. I just want to place on record again over here that in 2011, we have given a proposal to DG Shipping and IMO about auditing learning systems. This is a discovery of synergistic solution. We conducted 3 conferences in 2009, 10 and 11 to bridge the gap between teaching, learning, performance and competence. And we have a product in India called auditing learning systems which ensures performance and competence can be sort of sustained. Unfortunately, the problem is when we go to grading societies, they are looking at education, okay, not training. And not very, there's a Teachers Technical Training Institute in Bhopal from whom we hired a faculty and started a course called the Train the Trainer course in 2009. And that helped us a lot to understand the difference between just teaching and training. So my appeal to y'all is if you can bring that Indian product into fruition alive, it would really help. It helps. The main gray area is we have master chief engineers who are very good, but they may not be transferring the competencies. You know, their heart is good, the value systems are there, but they think they're doing a good job. It doesn't happen. And the auditing learning system is a very wonderful system which helps them ensure a healthy student engagement and transfer. Thank you.
Thank you. So please introduce yourself and then go ahead.
या गुड इवनिंग. अभी कैप्टन अमरेश झा जी ने हमको माइक पकड़ा दिया है. तो माय नेम इज नलिन पांडे एंड आई एम नॉट वेरी पॉपुलरली पॉपुलर. आई एम पॉपुलर फॉर आस्किंग वेरी टफ क्वेश्चन. सो आई विल आस्क विथ कैप्टन डैनियल बिकॉज he is representing industry. You see, the topic is recruitment practices in maritime industry. Now the practice जो है, so if you see the meaning of the word practice, it means that you are doing certain things over certain period of time in a particular way, then only it can be called practice, right? Now we as a RPSL agent, he keeps changing the law every day. He keeps changing the law every day and he keeps changing the law without giving notice. So if you keep changing the law every day and without giving notice, how it will be called practice? आप समझ रहे हैं ना? So you are no question is
very good question.
You are telling, you are putting me in a position where we should not be. That is there, you know. So that is my one question. The second question comes from there only, that it is a maritime industry. What happens that in every occasion and every place, the administration, means the DG and the union, they put that only the RPSL are the recruitment agency. See, it is a wrong thing that only the RPSL is not the recruitment agency. The owners, like when the RPS law were framed in 2005 and 2006, if you see the original draft, then the owners were also included in the draft. But because of lot of politics or back maneuvering, the owners were taken out from the rules.
Responsibilities.
No, responsibilities. Now, as Mr. Manoj has already said, that you are giving me the statistic that how many people were left abandoned by RPSL company, how many people died. We are sorry for that, but do you have any statistics? And if you have, why don't you share that how many people died, how many were left stranded by the ship owners, particularly in India, by the Indian flag? Like I am doing for the last 20 years, I know Radiant Shipping, then I know Varun Shipping, then I know Mercator Shipping, I name it, you know. Then the Great Offshore, then some more company. Those ships were abandoned and many people died. And I also know that many of them did not get money till today.
So why you are vilifying only the RPSL person? Because they are the poor people, you know. They don't have money, they don't have the access to the highest authority. So I think that you have to, like, you know, do not point out the RPSL please in the future, you know, only the RPSL, you know. Give them room to breathe. That is my suggestion. The two things from the seminar topic only, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for asking to the point.
That was
as,
a very,
as usual, Nalin Pandey ji sets the show. So thank you for asking the question. I will go one by one.
Actually, the question from many of the hearts out here.
Yeah, I'm here there to answer. No, that's why I'm not shying away. I'm not running away. I'm sitting from 1:30 here to answer patiently to all your queries. I'll be here till I make you satisfied, and then only I'll leave from here.
That's a challenge.
Okay. The first question what you asked is changing rules. Sir, एक rule बता दीजिए जो हमने change किया without telling industry. Only one which we had done, I had after coming, I have issued the e-migrate. That also we had discussed with the industry, because it was the e-migrate system which was issued the SMS alert, which was already there in the system, and it was stopped for unknown reason why it was stopped, because of some money issues, whatever, it was stopped. That circular was issued, and that too also was discussed with the industry. You please see all circulars which are being issued are with the stakeholders consultation only. Nothing will be issued, trust me, without the stakeholders consultation. It will be posted on the website for comments, and basis the inputs only, it will be changed. It will be changed for the betterment of the society only, for the RPS, ship owner, whoever say, it will be for the betterment only. आप पिछले का टाइम छोड़ दीजिए. I will not comment on my predecessors.
No, sir, पिछले का नहीं. Sorry to stop you. See, you conveniently said that I am putting it on the website. Now, you have the email address of all the 500 company. So when you are putting there, why don't you ask them by sending the email that you gave me the reply?
So that can also be
started. What happens?
That can be also started. It is a good suggestion, welcome suggestion, because we suppose, we understand that every seafarer, because we have hits and we know how many people are visiting. So the stakeholders consultation is done. Then that first step is stakeholder consultation. The CIP thing which is going to come, because of the stakeholders consultation, so many views were there. So it has not come yet.
See, I don't want to argue for...
No, I am not arguing, sir, at all.
What happens that if you keep changing the law,
there is no changing of the law, sir.
No, sir.
Now the law is changing because of 2022 amendment. That's why we have to come with the
No, the cost of compliance, you ask the people here, the cost of compliance by a company is becoming huge.
I fully agree. माइक भी बंद कर दिया है सर, जैसा वहां होता है वहां आपका भी यहाँ कर दिया गया किसी कोई नहीं सर. See, I fully endorse your, and I fully echo your sentiments, because I was also an entrepreneur. I know before coming to this field, I was entrepreneur. I used to feel how much people used to make me wait. I used to feel all these things. So after coming on the other side, that is my intention. मेरे साइड से कुछ डिले नहीं होना मांगता है. मेरे साइड से whatever I can do for the society, for the industry, I am doing. That is one thing. The second thing, if there is a lacuna, if there is a system, I am always available. We are always available, and it will be not changed overnight. You know, as I said from the beginning, also I was telling, it is very difficult to make a policy. So because India is a democratic country and everybody will have a view. So our guidelines are to issue on the website to get stakeholders consultation. Also we have one-to-one consultations. I have so many consultations I am having. We call them and we tell them that these are the corrective actions which are proposed.
आप एक चेकलिस्ट बना दीजिए सर. मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ कि RPSL कंपनी को एक चेकलिस्ट गवर्नमेंट बना दे. एवरी टाइम यू चेंज द लॉ, नाउ यू मेक ए चेकलिस्ट दैट यू हैव टू फॉलो 1 2 3 4 5 6. बट व्हाट हैपेंस दैट यू हैव नॉट डन.
दैट इज परफेक्ट सर. सो आप जो फिर कर दिए सर आपका
हाँ, क्या होता है कि जो आदमी सही बोलता है उसका माइक बंद हो जाता है।
ऑपोजिशन की चाल है सर।
हाँ, जो अपोजिशन का चाल नहीं है, बंद हो
Opposition
जाता
कौन है
है।
पता नहीं।
आप क्या है कि आप एक चेकलिस्ट बना दो कि आप ऐसे फॉलो करो।
सर ये चेकलिस्ट आप ही दे दीजिए मेरे को, हम लोग
क्यों
फॉलो
दें?
करेंगे।
नहीं, you are the regulator. This is passing the buck. You know, you make the law, you make it. You
See,
know.
that is what we are telling.
So
It is
you
stakeholders
please make it.
consultation.
Sir,
It is on the website. Now you have
और-
additionally added it should be in the email. We will
email,
send
हाँ।
my email. We can send my
और
email.
और अलग इस टॉपिक से अलग होता है कि पेनाल्टी, यू नो,
हाँ।
पेनाल्टी जो है दैट इज अ वेरी बैड थिंग इन द डीजी दैट इज कमिंग फॉर मेनी इयर्स एंड वी आई हैव बीन राइटिंग द मैसेज टू देम एंड इन आई टेक दिस ओपन फोरम लिबर्टी टू टेल यू that please do not push the matter for penalty, you know, that you are putting that I will do this, then I will put 1 month penalty, 2 months penalty, I will suspend the license. The reason is that recently the Prime Minister has said that Indian penal code hai, I am moving away from the penal system to the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, going towards Nyaya. But the DG is going towards the penalty, so that is not correct, you know. So you have to see, you are not giving any benefit to the MSME, like there is a ministry, यहाँ पर हम लोग नया बिजनेस चालू करते हैं, you are not giving, government is not providing the employment to the youth, but the RPSL company है वो सब जाता है बिना खाए पिए, they are finding कि हम कहाँ से नौकरी ढूंढ के लाते हैं for thousands of youths, but then you are sitting down and thinking that how we will do the penalty, you know, new way of putting the penalty. So those things has to be stopped. That is my humble appeal.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The penalty ka thing what you are saying is I fully endorse, sir. But if you see, after my tenure, you tell me any penalty anywhere we have given penal penalty. This policy, I am reiterating again, sir, this policy was made in 2023, 2022 with stakeholders consultation. Okay, I was not there, but
IMF
it
was
was,
not there.
please, it was done by my predecessors. As I clarified earlier and clarifying again, that making policy is in India difficult. But once you have this policy and it is established, rolling back, it is also that difficult. So for that also I am having stakeholders consultation. I am not telling that we will not. We are open to suggestions. I am there.
That is why आप एक अच्छा platform बना दीजिए so that the next people who come after you,
Sir,
they will say my predecessor had done a very good job. So please do it today, you know, please.
पांडे जी छोड़ने के मूड में नहीं है, but still
नहीं, दोनों ही आप
कौन
बोलने के मूड में नहीं
कौन
है।
माइक कंट्रोल कर रहा है? एक और बात बंद कर दीजिए। अच्छा, तो ये सुन लीजिए सर। See, as I was telling beginning also, because you were not there. See, regulator बहुत हो गया DG. It is not regulation at all. We are moving into the facilitating mode. We are there for facilitating. We are there for you. अभी आप the compliment madam was giving whenever I am in trouble, I remember Captain Daniel. That was a big compliment. Many seafarers also tell, sir, I remember you. Huh? That's a bigger compliment, sir.
I remember you, but I don't want that system where we have to call
Sir,
you at night.
I
you know,
fully
like that.
agree. So let's work on the system to work together to resolve the issue. And I'm there. I'm not telling I'm shying away with your comments. I'm there. I also fully echo your sentiment because I was also an entrepreneur in beginning. I know what the trouble is, how if the business goes, you know. So I'm fully with you. Where penal is required. Some places you require danda, where to streamline it is required. I fully endorse that. But where it is unnecessary, basis your feedback, you represent us. Already I have made a committee. I think many people are part of this. Captain Philip Matthews, many people are part of this committee where we are working on reviving all those things, you know. It can't be immediately I tell DG, the competent authority, it is there for last 2 years, just remove it. So I need to justify it with the committee, with industry, with your inputs, and we can definitely achieve. As Captain Manojji was telling, Captain Tushar was telling, we have to work collectively to resolve all these things. It can't be all alone.
We want to stop this ongoing, but question is that, see, if there is too much manual entry in the DG site by RPSL, naturally the too much manual entry will have the scope of error.
So,
There is-
sir,
no, I am just telling you.
Let me complete, then you will not ask this question. So, I had clarified this in my beginning presentation. I think you were not there. I will clarify again because of the benefit of others who are not there. So, there was a background to this. You have to pardon me for 2 minutes to listen to this. Then only you will understand what the system is. See, current system is 2010, which is working on old platforms Java. Okay. And it is a running system. Okay. So it is like heart, it is running. You can't replace this heart, इसको निकाल के मैं रख देता हूँ फिर दूसरा डाल दूंगा. It can't be done that way. Okay. So I have to go back to the background from 2016 what happened, you know, when we wanted to change it to the new platform. So we gave, you know how government tendering process are there. The process are there and it is lengthy and stricter. Why? Because it is for the taxpayers' money which is being utilized. So the process is difficult. It took almost 1 year with stakeholder consultation, what all changes has to be done. And finally we awarded a tender. Okay. This tender was to given to one company, Rolta. And after 3 months, the system was there. We made processes. We wanted to deliver it. The company went bankrupt. Okay. So किसका क्या हुआ मालूम नहीं, इसको नींबू निचोड़ना पड़ेगा, क्या करना पड़ेगा, we don't know. That started. Okay, then we again shelved it, we started again. Again stakeholder consultation, again putting the tender, it started, then it came back. Then we gave the order. It was about to be given to order. It was technical bid, it was given. Then finally the person who was there, who was getting for the bidder, he reported to the ministry that because it was beyond the directorate 200 crores limit, you know, it was beyond 200 crores. So that person reported, big company, that we have tendered a lesser amount, we withdraw. So that got shelved. The third time, we started again. Again the entire process started. And then what happened? We were running with this Maruti 800 only till now because it is going on, we cannot stop. धंधा बंद करके कैसे बैठ सकते हैं? If we stop, entire shipping RPS will stop. How they will stand, how e-migrate will happen, everything will stop. So we continued with that and we started tendering, and the third time we were lucky. The tender हो गया, but then क्या हो गया, when we were about to tender, open the bid, the other party realized and he went to court. It went to court, it was subsidized, 3 months it took, then it gave the order to DG, and DG was correct, transparent everything, it was tendered. It was tendered to CMS management. It was given in September. They have started working and we had series of meeting. Every week we have meeting. So our aim is by next September or next October, this is what my DG says, the entire system has to be transparent, open, paperless, and when you see AI based, it should be wow. This is what I want to hear from you, that everybody should hear that it should be a system state of art which we are working.
Like I'm not telling you are doing a wonderful job, but I just wanted to add, my question was not that if you put IMO number, if the RPSL agent, they put IMO number on the DG website, why can't the DG website will get the name GRT, NRT, BHP?
Sir, that is what I am telling you. It will be wow. At present system में नहीं कर सकते.
अभी क्या हो रहा है? You are telling to write the name GRT, NRT, BHP and IMO number, and in this 200 alphabet, if there is one error, then मुकुल दत्ता सर के यहाँ से बड़ा सा लव लेटर आ जाता है कि आपने गलती किया, आप 3,000 रुपया भरिए उसको.
So that's why I am telling you.
That is a problem.
Sir, the present system, that is what I am selling. It is a Maruti 800, and I cannot stop that system. If you want, we will stop the system, then how the process will happen? Please give us breathing space till next September where we will say, wow. I want to hear from you saying wow.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Nalin sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I need to make this conclusion remark on this. It was really a good panel discussion now, and
Madam, एक मिनट.
he has really made it more.
Sorry to disturb. एक मिनट. Sir, Daniel sir, आपकी बात से एक कुछ बोलना चाहता हूँ मैं इधर. आपने बोला सर कि छोटी सी चीज़ों के लिए मारुति 800 पे तो धंधा कैसे बंद कर सकते हैं, राइट ना, पूरी इंडस्ट्री का. एक जहाज पे एक सीमेंट के प्रॉब्लम के लिए पूरे आरपीएसएल को बंद कर देना, बाकी के 9 जो ऑनर हैं वो कितने परेशान होते होंगे सर, ये सोचिए ना, एक आरपीएसएल के लिए. ये भी सर सोचने वाली बात है ना, पूरा धंधा बंद हो जाता है.
This explanation I have given to you already. The seafarer were pleading for 11 months on board, that there is no response from the RPS, no intention. That I don't want to open this on public platform. You can discuss with me in what were your response, and every other company has closed, only yours I allowed operating. In last moment it was stopped. Why? Because there was no response from your side. Not responding to my emails, not responding to owners. Seafarers' families are coming and sitting on my head. What you expect me to do? You tell me.
एक ऑनर के लिए सर 10 ऑनर को तो बंद नहीं कर सकते.
सर एक ऑनर आप ही रिस्क मिटिगेशन कीजिए ना, कि वैसे ओनर्स के साथ आप ईरान में क्यों ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं. हमने बोला नहीं आपको वहाँ ऑपरेट करने के लिए. प्लीज डू रिस्क मिटिगेशन.
ये जो हम अभी ईरान के लिए और इनके लिए कर रहे हैं, इसी के ऊपर कुछ सॉल्यूशंस निकालने के लिए ही हम लोग ने इंश्योरेंस के साथ कुछ ट्राई किया है. लेट्स सी, वील हैव दैट इंश्योरेंस प्रेजेंटेशन सून आफ्टर दिस कॉन्वर्सेशन इज कंप्लीट. इफ this can help a little bit. I don't think it will be 100% solutions, because and there can be definitely better solutions. Even we can be working with them, and maybe more what DG can try with.
I just want to conclude by that. Please revisit your processes which you are doing, especially related to Iran, Saudi, where the figures are higher. Iran at present 65, Saudi 85. The cases are on high. So if you are doing your business with known ship owner, which you have comfortability, continue doing it with additional support, additional thinking, additional risk measures. With you can have your own, because आप लोग धंधा करने वाले हैं. So you know which owner is good, which owner is bad. So please be careful. Please revisit your modalities, what you are doing with safety. And I am not telling, we are not here to stop the business. The business has to go, because you are giving jobs, employments to the seafarer. And it has our thing is, whatever we can facilitate. I have noted down points, all these things. Whatever we can facilitate, I am always available, and directorate will be available to support the cause. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
Right, sir. Thank you. आइए बोलिए ना, बोलिए. माइक दीजिए इनको. माइक की जरूरत नहीं. इंजीनियर होगा ये. इंजीनियर है ना तो डॉक्टर है.
Okay, I think first of all, we need to appreciate all the contribution and the efforts which have been made by Captain Daniel. On behalf of the entire industry and all the stakeholders, I would like to do that. I think please give him a very big hand. I've been interacting with him since the last several years, and every time, you know, he has been able to give a solution where none existed, even in theory. Now, that's not the idea of this comment only, but this is something which I would like to start off with. We, at the sake of just repeating myself during the first panel discussion, I said we are all united in one particular aspect here, to increase the number of jobs for all the Indian seafarers. I think whatever it is, we're talking about RPS, recruitment practices, but this is one aspect which is the most important. Number one. Number two, we also spoke about the aspect of awareness. We spoke about the aspect of awareness for all the various entities which are involved. It is very important that we increase the awareness of the seafarers towards what is expected from them when they go on board. They need to understand the fact that they are an equal contributor to the fact that the number of jobs will increase only basis their performance. So we have to try and see how this can be achieved. The thing is that whatever we are doing has to be done from a long-term perspective. And we have to ensure that the seafarers are focused on their performance and they are able to do their best, because they are going to represent the entire company and the entire industry, the entire country rather. So we need to have some mechanism. Like we have got a lot of mechanisms for RPS, we got a lot of mechanism for all the other entities. We should have some mechanism for the performance, minimum performance as is expected from all the Indian seafarers. I'm sure that Captain Daniel will be able to come out with something. I know there's a discussion going on about just having a code of conduct, but we need to have something which is going to be very, very effective at the end of it. And we should be able to highlight those seafarers who are not able to come up to this level. And we must be able to set an example to the whole world that this is the standard which we have set here, and basis this, we are trying to only send the best of the best quality to the entire world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sab.
Thank you, everybody.
Now is the time for the mementos before you all
Yes, yes.
start anything else. So,
Yeah.
can I request Vivek ji, Saurabh Sharma ji, and Arun Saini sab to please come. Vivek ji, can I ask you to please hand over to Mr. Captain Daniels, please. Photographers. चलो एक मिनट सर, एक मिनट सर, हमारा फोटोग्राफर आ रहा है सर. चल भाई. चलो आप लोग उसको दे देना आप फोटोज. Thank you, sir. Can I request Saurabh Sharma ji to please hand over to Tushar Pradhan, Captain Tushar Pradhan. Arun Saini ji, please, if you can hand over to Captain Girish. रस्तोगी साहब, आपको वापस आना पड़ेगा. रुकिए. रस्तोगी साहब, can I request you to hand over to Manoj Yadav, please? Saurabh Sharma ji, can I request you to hand over to Advocate Manisha Tiwari ji? Arun Saini साहब, आइए ना वापस एक बार. Can I request you to hand over to Mr. Gautam Parekh? And can I request Captain Daniels to hand over the memento to our moderator Aishwarya Gupta Pilankar, please? Can I request for a group photograph, please, before we go into the next session? थोड़ा सा आगे आ जाइए. I think यहाँ chairs हैं. सैनी साहब, शर्मा साहब, आइए, आप भी आइए. Anyone else from the IMF team who wants to come, please come forward. दीपा मैडम आइए. नहीं, एक बार हो गया. Thank you. And for the last session of the day, I know we are delayed, I know everyone is impatient, but we have to go through it. Last part of the program. Can I request Mr. Sushil Agarwal? And he has promised me that he will complete everything in 15 minutes. Agarwal sir. बेटा इसको पीछे ले. हैंड माइक दे दो बेटा. वो जिसकी बैटरी
ask you a small question, एक छोटा क्वेश्चन पूछ सकता हूँ? Can I ask you a small question? Raise your hand if I yes. Right? How many of you believe that the job which you are doing, recruitment, right, is your dream come job, in the sense best business in the world? How many of you believe that? None. How many of you believe that it can become a dream come job if the complexities of the business is reduced? It has potential to become a very good business, a dream kind of business, if the complexities, the threat the business poses comes down. How many of you believe that? None. Right? Now, if you ask the same question to the seafarers, what will be the seafarers' answers? If you ask the seafarer that, is it your dream come job, going to the vessel for months together away from the family? Right? And that seafarer is our core stakeholder on which our business is dependent. Yes or no? That's what we have been discussing from afternoon onwards, right? Now, after a lot of discussion with Aishwarya ma'am, some of the complexities of the business we tried to address, and and we have tried to see that if these complexities can be reduced by transferring those risks to the insurer. So I wanted to call the architect of that product, Mr. Gautam, and also the carrier of that risk, Parag Saxena, the insurer, which is ICICI Lombard, on the stage, so that he can address the concerns, he can explain the design of the product and also address the concerns of the product. And if you have any other questions where you feel that we as an insurer can reduce the complexity of the business, you please raise the doubt and we'll see that how we can modify the product in coming days. Is that okay? Yes or no? पूरा सबका एनर्जी कम हो गया है, थोड़ा तो लेके आ जाओ. Right? So, welcome Parag. He heads the international business for ICICI Lombard. And Mr. Gautam, he designed the product, went all over to London, Lloyd's, to structure the product what we have discussed. He will explain you the product and then we'll open for the question and answers if you have any. Is that okay? Yeah.
So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. This is a wonderful opportunity for us insurers to come over and meet you. Frankly, I would say this is a different world. You know, what we do in our day-to-day business, what we insure actually, this is something very different. And coming over here, we got to know what exactly this business is and where exactly you need insurance loss mitigation. Insurance industry is not that old. We are just 24 years old, and the products that we have learned, worked out, I'll say those are the traditional products. This is something very unique, which is specifically being done, insurance, reinsurance, everything is being done by foreign insurers till now. And now we are bringing it to India. Our objective is pretty clear, that all Indian, so now we know that, you know, the recruitment agencies have got a specific name to it. So all recruitment agencies should have a solution within India. Everything available in INR, policies issued locally, serviced locally, where you can actually trace and complain to the people locally. So this is what we are coming over. And before coming over, what we did is, first thing we did is we got the capability. That means we should have the capability to service. And then we should have the product. That means the capability to provide support. So that means we should be able to insure and we should be able to service. So now we, as ICICI Lombard, has this capability to service this type of product, definitely with the support from Mayfair. So Mayfair is able to support us across the world. We are able to issue the policy in India, service you in India, and your seafarers across the world. That solution is now there. So Mr. Sushil is our business partner who can help us connect with all of you to understand these needs better and to provide you the solution. Okay, thank you. Sir, आप लोगों का प्रोडक्ट बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स है, आप जानते हैं ये चीज़, और अभी मैंने समझ भी लिया है वो आज. और इंश्योरेंस भी बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स प्रोडक्ट है, मतलब सीरियसली, क्योंकि इंश्योरेंस इज केवल इंश्योरेंस नहीं है, हमें प्राइस भी करना पड़ता है रिस्क. अगर आप मुझसे बोलेंगे कि आप इंश्योरेंस कीजिए तो उसका प्राइस तय करना बड़ा डिफिकल्ट काम होता है. जब तक मुझे पूरा बिजनेस पता ना हो मैं प्राइसिंग नहीं कर सकता, और वो प्राइसिंग मीनिंगफुल होनी चाहिए, आपके बिजनेस में एडजस्ट भी होनी चाहिए. सो इंश्योरेंस में दो एस्पेक्ट हैं, एक तो रिस्क कवर करना और सर्विस करना, और आपके बिजनेस में सर्विसिंग भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि सर्विसिंग पूरी दुनिया में चाहिए. तो आज आईसीआईसीआई लोम्बार्ड के पास ये कैपेबिलिटी है कि हम आपके प्रोडक्ट, आपके सी फेयरर्स को पूरी दुनिया में सर्विस कर सकते हैं, और हमारे पास ये इंश्योरेंस कैपेबिलिटी भी है कि हम आपका इंश्योरेंस इशू कर सकते हैं. तो कल को अगर लायबिलिटी आती है तो इंश्योरेंस कंपनी के पास वो पे करने की कैपेसिटी भी होनी चाहिए. तो वो कैपेसिटी और उसको वर्ल्ड वाइड सर्विस करने की कैपेबिलिटी हमने डेवलप की. लेकिन इंश्योरेंस में कोई भी बिजनेस में थोड़ा समय लगता है सर. जैसे आज हम बात करें काफ़ी सारे रिस्क्स की, हमने देखा यहाँ पे, आपने बताया कि सी फेयर बाहर जाते, इट इज़ अ गुड बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी, बट बाहर जाके क्या होता है, देर आर फ्यू कंट्रोल्स ऑन दैट. इंश्योरेंस कैन डेफिनेटली हेल्प यू मिटिगेट दैट, बट टू वॉट एक्सटेंट, सभी लोग इंश्योरेंस लेंगे या नहीं, उनकी फैमिलीज बैक होम, अगर सी फेयर बाहर जा रहे हैं तो उनकी फैमिलीज हैं यहाँ इंडिया में, उनका इंश्योरेंस किसी भी तरह के हो सकते हैं, बहुत सारे, मे बी दिस इज नॉट द फोरम राइट नाउ टू डिस्कस टाइप ऑफ इंश्योरेंस, लेकिन वो सॉल्यूशन दे सकते हैं. इस ओवरऑल इंडस्ट्री को फुल फ्लेज्ड और मोर मीनिंगफुल बनाने में इंश्योरेंस जो है वो काफ़ी मदद कर सकता है. ये मुझे अभी समझ में आया, लेकिन हम भी नए हैं, अभी थोड़ा सा हमें भी टाइम लगेगा. गौतम इज़ हेयर, जो कि ये प्रोडक्ट को ऑलरेडी सर्विस कर रहे हैं, लेकिन कुछ फॉरेन इंश्योरेंस के साथ, अगर वो हमारे साथ भी अब शुरू करेंगे सो देन आपके पास एक बिल्कुल इंडियनाइज सॉल्यूशन होगा, जहाँ पे आपका इंश्योरर भी आपके पास है, यहाँ पर आपके कंप्लेंट भी कर सकते हैं, आप यहाँ पर डिस्कस भी कर सकते हैं, प्राइसिंग भी कर सकते हैं, और कवर्स चाहे कहीं भी इशू आए, सॉल्यूशन आपका इंडिया में ही होगा, यहाँ से ही कर सकते हैं आप. मिस्टर सुपराग,
थैंक यू. सी ये प्रोडक्ट आपके पास वो एसेसिबल ही नहीं था. आई थिंक 2 months or 3 months back we had in the same hall. I think how many of you attended that session? Yeah, most of you, right? So उस टाइम पे हम लोग डिस्कस कर रहे थे, and that is where we started developing this product. And we saw that some of the outside insurers are already having this product, but इंडिया में वो प्रोडक्ट हमें पास एसेसिबल ही नहीं था. तो अगर वो आपको प्रोडक्ट खरीदना था तो डॉलर्स में खरीदना पड़ता था, जिसका वैल्यू इतना हाई है शायद आपको उतना रेवेन्यू मिलता ही नहीं हो. अब उसको हमने फिर इंडियनाइज किया है, और इंडियनाइज करने के लिए हमें 2.5 months का एफर्ट्स लगा है, जहाँ पे हमें अंडरराइटर को कन्विंस करना पड़ा कि वाई दिस रिस्क इज बेटर रिस्क फॉर यू, एंड दिस 2 people हैव रियली हेल्प अस इन डेवलपिंग दैट. अब जैसे जैसे इसका हम लोग और डेवलप करते रहेंगे और लोग ऐड होते रहेंगे, उसको हम लोग फिर और मॉडिफाई भी करते रहेंगे. बट गुड थिंग इज उसका सेटलमेंट, क्लेम सेटलमेंट इंडिया में होने वाला है, तो वो फास्ट होगा. जब फास्ट होगा तो लोगों का विश्वास बढ़ेगा, सी फेयरर्स का विश्वास बढ़ेगा. आप उनको बोल सकते हो वाइल रिक्रूटिंग करने के टाइम पे ही कि ये हमारे पास कवर है, अगर कल कुछ अनहोनी होती है, एक्सीडेंट होता है या वेजल पे, या सिकनेस होती है, या वो बंदे को वापस बुलाना है बिकॉज ऑफ वेजल अबंडनमेंट, तो वो सब हम लोग कवर कर रहे हैं, तो उनका फैमिली भी सेफ फील करेगा, राइट. और उसका कॉस्ट इतना कम है रखा है जिससे आपको भी पेन ना हो कि वो हेडेक चले जाए, आपके ऊपर ना रहो, right? So Gautam is going to explain you what are the things covered, and then what are the pros and cons, why you should take it, what are the still developments is still happening, and then we'll open for the questions. Is that okay? Yeah, thank you.
Hi, good evening. So I'll be quickly taking you through the presentation so that we can understand what the product is, and we can then quickly open the forum for question and answers. We have been working in this space for the last 10 years or more, working with Lloyd's. So we have been working with Lloyd's. Mayfair, we are originally a UK-based company, now part of MediAssist, and we have been working with Crucial, who's a product design company, and they have insured this product with Lloyd's of London. Recently, they have entered into an agreement with ICICI Lombard, who will be issuing the policy documents on their behalf. but the underwriting, etc., will be managed by Crucial. Right, that's where we are. Right. So, what is this product and who does it apply to? What are the benefits? So, what are the benefits? So, this is primarily a MLC compliant plan. Right. The focus of this insurance is to ensure that companies like yourselves are covered for any kind of liabilities towards your seafarers. So it ensures compliance with MLC and ITF collective bargaining agreements. It is a no-fault policy. So it doesn't work like a PNI insurance. It works, you know, it gets the insurance covers your seafarers for any kind of medical expenses and various other modules. We'll come to that. It also protects the PNI cover. So
थोड़ा mic pass में रख लीजिए.
So I think because you are RPS companies, you may not be taking the PNI insurance, so it does not apply to you. It also ensures a minimum level of MLC cover for all seafarers. So again, Crucial is the one who provides tailored plans depending on your requirement. It includes, you know, it ensures that the MLC legal obligations are met, ensuring the financial well-being of companies like yourselves and your seafarers. It is applicable to ship owners, manning agencies, or any kind of drilling and placement agencies as well. So anyone who's working in this field can take out this insurance. Covers all type of crews, you know, your officers, ratings, your riding crew, inspectors, auditors, concessionaires, superintendents, all those can be covered under this insurance. All kind of vessels again, you know, bulkers, tankers, carriers, LNG, ferries, ro-ros, etc. All you know, all sort of vessels where your seafarers are deployed, that will be covered. It typically covers medical expenses up to $5,000, which is roughly around 2 lakh Indian rupees towards outpatient treatments. So any kind of you know, expenses, 4 lakh. Sorry, 4 lakh. So any kind of expenses towards accidents or any kind of illnesses will be covered for your seafarers up to $5,000. The only limitation is that they need to have a valid PMA certificate. It has to be current. Right. It also covers accidental death and disability. So that's up to $35,000 US, approximately 30 lakhs.
30 lakhs.
30 lakhs Indian rupees. So any kind of death while in service, missing, washed overboard, or disappeared will be included in this insurance. It also includes sick pay cover. So for if any reason, if any of your seafarers are declared unfit temporarily, you know, for a period of 4 weeks or so, that also gets covered with an excess of 7 days. So the first initial 7 days there'll be no cover. After that they will be covered up to 12 weeks until they've been declared fit to work. It covers both loss of wages from accident and illness. There's cover for abandonment. So like Captain Daniel said, you know, there's an amendment that's going to come, three elements: repatriation, loss of wage support, and you know, the minimum requirements of being you know, loss of wage cover for your seafarers. So if for any reason any of your seafarers are abandoned, this insurance will ensure that they will be repatriated back to their home country. That will be including a flight ticket, you know, any kind of basic allowance for their daily you know, basic needs. It also covers them for 4 months of sick wages. Sorry, loss of wages. So if in the event the seafarer is not being paid for up to 4 months, this insurance will protect your company, you know, because end of the day the liability lies on your company to pay the seafarer. Right, so who are eligible for this particular insurance? So all seagoing staff who are currently under contract will be eligible to be covered under this insurance. The only requirement is that they need to have a valid pre-employment medical examination and a certificate of competency, which I'm sure all the seafarers will be will do hold. And the only other limitation is that any crew sailing on black flag countries, or that appear on IMO or Paris, Paris list, will not be covered. So these are some of the general exclusions. So any kind of use of intoxicants or any kind of non-prescribed substances is not covered. So anything to do with criminal acts or anything engaging in an dangerous activity, that will not be covered. Of course, except if they are if it is a part of their own daily job. Flying as a pilot or any kind of aerial activities, there's no cover for that. Willful misconduct, nuclear or any related risks are not covered. Hazardous emissions, anyone dealing with hazardous chemicals or gases, unless of course it is with proper safety. Armed forces, piracy, war and terrorism, these are the exclusions. Some medical exclusions, of course, addictive disorders, allergies, birth control, chronic conditions, cosmetic treatments, deafness, developmental problems, experimental treatments, anything to do with eye, vision, foot care, genetic testing, nature clinics, hereditary conditions, HIV, infertility, maternity and nursing home and obesity. These are the general exclusions under medical cover. That's the product we have.
So it's charged per day basis.
It's charged per day basis.
As long as they are on the vessel, the number of days are calculated, and only for that days where they were on the duty is being charged, right?
Yes. So the cover typically starts the moment your seafarer signs the contract and they leave home to join a vessel, and the cover ends typically when they board an aircraft to come back home after their contract.
And the rates are negotiated by telling the underwriter that we are negotiating as a group. So if we go as a one person, the rates will be much more higher, or rather we will not even get it, because they will be calculating at the same dollar price what other insurers are selling, right? Because we went as a group, as a federation, that we have so many people and so many people are being supplied from India, they gave that rate. So we need to promise them certain numbers, right? No, I mean the number of insured people. It could be like anybody, any category of the people.
Any category.
But we gave certain numbers based on which. So insurance is a volume game, right? Insurance means insurer is not paying money from their pocket. They are going to be looking for some profit out of it, right? उनका एक है कि जितने fortunate people है, they should pay for few unfortunate people. They are only the transfer of funds from fortunate people to unfortunate people, right? That's what they are doing. Now, more is the fortunate people, the less is the premium, because unfortunate people will be only few percentage, right? So, हमें क्या करना है कि हमें जितना हो सके, we have to cater so that we can negotiate hard with them, right? वो ICICI वाले हैं, उनसे negotiate करना उतना easy नहीं है, उनको number दिखाना पड़ेगा, तब number में बात करेंगे. Correct, sir? Correct. Yes. So many factors are there.
So how that will be catered? It will be like area-wise, like Gulf country, this will be the premium, or
It is worldwide, sir. It is worldwide.
Except that some of the countries which is a black flag.
So black flag vessels, there will be an
Can you give me some example of black flag countries? If somebody is falling sick, let's say the seafarer is falling sick, or he has to be returned back. No, that is different. I think blacklisted vessels to covered रहेगा ना.
Pertaining to certain blacklisted so when you are excluding that itself, then how does this product support?
So the purpose of this, why is it that we've listed black flag vessels, is because of certain reasons, like the past history where there have been cases, number of instances where seafarers have been abandoned, they have not been provided proper wages or proper facilities. So these are the we can work on that. We can work with the insurer. Yes.
See, I'm
A-grade or a fairly decent, a regular running company, PNI covers everything what you are saying, and generally the exclusions are same.
Right.
Okay? Now, a product necessity came, whereby there was some gap in covering certain type of vessels. Those
Right.
vessels termed by you are blacklisted vessels.
Right. Right.
So, if you are excluding that, it is not going to benefit any one of them.
So what could you give me some of the examples, sir? You know.
There are certain seafarers who were abandoned in Iran on particular vessel. Okay, let us say vessel X belonging to flag Y. Okay, now that flag Y comes as blacklisted flag in Paris MOU, which you mentioned. Going by the requirements which you have mentioned, ideally it will not be covering the insurance part, correct? What I have understood. But then we need a certain thing to cover that kind of product, that kind of casualty.
Understood.
That is what is the need. So if you are excluding that, I mean, I was part of the initial discussion which we had in the month of June. So if you are excluding that, then this is just another product which is available in the market, which is not catering to the prime problem.
Right. Right.
So that is what I think, right?
We can work. We can work on that.
You are not covering the lawyer legal expenses. No?
Legal expenses is not
main तो वही है ना.
We can work with the insurer on that. We can take it back.
See, as rightly mentioned by him, there is risk and there is service.
Right.
Once he identifies the risk, only then he will ascertain the premium. Correct, sir? If I am getting you right.
See, so the legal charges are something, you know, that's.
Some amount can be given.
Sir, yes. No, we can sublimit that. उसको एक amount restrict कर सकते हैं सर, जैसा आप बोल रहे हैं.
Sure, we can work on that. We'll take that feedback, and also from Captain Daniel sir, you know, about legal fees. So we'll come back on that.
लीगल फी कवर्ड रहता है बहुत सारे पॉलिसी में. अभी अब ये प्रोडक्ट उन्होंने जो डिज़ाइन किया है, ऐसा देखा है कि लार्जर पॉपुलेशन को जो मेजर रिस्क है, फॉर एग्जांपल पीआई पॉलिसी $10,000 का ही कवर करता है, बट हमें 45,000 या 35 या उसका कुछ लिमिट है 50 लाख का चाहिए, तो बैलेंस वाला हमने यहाँ पे कवर किया. ऐसा करके डिज़ाइन किया ताकि हमारा मेजोरिटी फोकस था कि प्रीमियम को जितना हो सके कम करें. बट देन यूर
Let me just add to it. Basically, the vessels that they are talking about are the flag state like Iran flag. You are talking about Malaysian flag, Vietnam flag, and you know, these flag of vessels. They, even if they want to take a PNI, they can take it up to $10,000, and then that's the maximum. Even in Malaysia, the compulsion is only for $5,000. So for these kind of, and there are lots and lots of seafarers who are already going for that particular places. So what this product specifically that we are looking at is for these kind of level, where PNI is covering only $10,000 maybe, or $5,000. Wherein even if you want, and we you know, with these kind of companies catering to the and sending these seafarers on these vessels, they are finally, what they are doing is finding a CBA with some or the other union, which is saying that okay, they have a 30 lakh of cover. So what is the difference between that cover and finally some amount that they are sure of getting? You know, we cannot think of $10,000 as a very small amount, even 5,000 is a very small amount. So
But the committee which we have set, expert committee, which is working on these aspects, and as you know, we are working on the thing because the death and disability compensation for Indian flags is different and normal ITF flag is hugely different, you know. So we want to come in at par with some figure. So that will be coming very soon, you know.
सर अभी समझो, अभी हमें 100 लोग हैं, 100 लोग के लिए सबको ये कवर तो कंपलसरी चाहिए, बट कुछ लोग बोलते हैं कि मुझे, जैसे आपने बोला, डिफेंस कवर चाहिए जी, लॉयर का कॉस्ट, दैट टू नॉट डिफेंस कवर एडवांस में, क्योंकि अगर कोर्ट का केस सेटलमेंट के बाद डिफेंस कवर करता है तो उसका फायदा नहीं है. जैसे जैसे लॉयर का फीस होता है, कोर्ट तो शायद 1 साल लगेगा, 5 साल लगेगा, पता नहीं, वो तो हमें कंटिन्यूसली देना पड़ेगा. लेकिन वो 100 के 100 लोग नहीं पूछेंगे, वो समझो 10 लोग पूछेंगे, तो उसको हम लोग एड ऑन कवर करके पिच लगा सकते हैं कि 10 लोग इसके लिए पूछ रहे हैं, अगर आपको कुछ एडिशनल प्रीमियम पे करना है तो इसको कर दो. लेकिन वो तभी पता चलेगा जब हम लोग मार्केट में जाएंगे. कि उनका पेइंग कैपेसिटी कितना है, उसके हिसाब से हमें पता चलेगा, और उसमें रिस्क कितना है, उसमें से कितने केसेस है जो इंश्योरेंस कंपनी के पास डाटा भी आएगा कि कितने केसेस है जो डिफेंस कॉस्ट में जाता है, और यहाँ का डिफेंस कॉस्ट बहुत कम है कंपेयर टू अदर कंट्रीज। तो वो भी इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को रियलाइज करना पड़ेगा कि सिंस यहाँ का इंडियन डिफेंस कॉस्ट कंपेयर टू अदर कंट्रीज इज सो लेस, देन द प्रीमियम शुड ऑल्सो बी लेस.
But for the IMF members or whatever it is, this will not work out ki only few people will require, everybody will require.
So we can design, then the premium will be much
That's why I'm
lesser.
telling you, you have to rework.
So we'll take this to what is about the flagging the country, and second is about the defense cost.
No, the compensation that they said is low, but this is no, sir.
That's right. Yes.
Some age you say no, I want to do medical. Another age bracket you need more because the risk increases.
The risk increases, yes. No, but then what happens is that is still a measurable risk. See, for a risk to be priced, मतलब आप ये सोचे कि कितने लोगों में ये रिस्क, कितने केसेस में ये चीज़ आएगी, और उसके हिसाब से वी नीड टू पुट अप अ रेट, कि उसका एक रेट हमको चार्ज करना पड़ेगा, सो दैट एट लेट्स से एट अ ग्रुप साइज इट इक्वेट्स, बराबर हो जाए वो, ठीक है. नो प्रॉफिट नो लॉस इज व्हाट इज इंश्योरेंस. तो कुछ कवर्स ऐसे हैं सर जो बहुत डिफिकल्ट हैं ये अराइव करने के लिए, बिकॉज ये जो आप भी जानते हैं कि लीगल कॉस्ट जो है ये असर्टेन करना बहुत इम्पॉसिबल है, कहाँ पे है प्रॉब्लम, किधर है. डैनियल से सब लिमिट कर सकते हैं, बट आपका जो पॉइंट है, मतलब दैट्स व्हाट आई एम थिंकिंग. डैनियल से वो लीगल एक्सपेंस का कितना लिमिट आपको लगता है सही होगा इंडिया के साथ, क्योंकि आपने इतने सारे केसेस डील करे हैं इसलिए. Per guy overall for all that.
For 12 guys was 30 lakhs.
Okay.
So it depends. Iran it is like that. Other country it is going on. Turkey we are fighting. It is going on. Every time the RPS agent is a good one.
So this legal expenses, is it not only in India but
Gautam, you can
overseas
give
also?
small indicative price for this.
और
सर एक एडवांटेज भी होता है, अगर हम लोग रिस्क उनके ऊपर डालते हैं ना, तो उनका अक्रॉस वर्ल्ड होता है, उनके ऑन रोल पे भी लॉयर्स होते हैं, तो हमें जो ढूंढने का जो प्रोसेस है, क्योंकि उनके भी इंटरेस्ट है कि उनको क्लेम कम करना है, तो वो उनका भी इंटरेस्ट आ जाता है, एंड दे हैव प्रोफेशनल लॉयर्स. करेक्ट. वो सर लीगल के लिए मुझे थोड़ा टाइम दीजिए. हाँ इसका
जो भी करे, you can go ahead, tell them.
प्राइस
बोलो.
हाँ सर अभी आपको रेंज बताते रहे हैं बेस्ड ऑन द नंबर्स वी हैव नेगोशिएटेड. अगर नंबर्स थोड़े कम होते हैं तो प्रीमियम ज़्यादा हो जाएगा, और नंबर थोड़े ज़्यादा होते हैं तो प्रीमियम कम हो जाएगा. हाँ वो बता रहे हैं, पर डे का बता दो कॉस्ट, जो 2.35 ना
डॉलर्स में.
हाँ तो डॉलर में बता दो, उसको रुपये में कन्वर्ट करो.
So it is somewhere around $2 to $3. Somewhere around $2 to $3 per day.
That was for the ITF level of 400. But then we have calculated it on the base of 30 lakhs, which was like 1 point something, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So,
So
based
$1
on, based
per
on
day.
the benefits, we can, if the benefits are higher, not black flag and not legal, yes.
Yeah.
नहीं सर वो एक्सक्लूजन आप फिर से लगा दो एक बार. राइट मैंने देखा अभी. राइट अब जैसे HIV है वो तो अपन जब प्री एम्प्लॉयमेंट चेकअप करते हैं वो चले जाएगा. देन ये जो रेडियो एक्टिव है, वार है, वो तो कोई मतलब पॉलिसी नहीं कवर करता है, क्योंकि वो तो गवर्नमेंट का इसमें सिनेरियो में आ जाता है. कॉस्मेटिक ट्रीटमेंट और कैंसर सब कवर्ड है सर.
कवर्ड है कैंसर.
सर इसमें मैं आपको बता दूं, ये जो है इससे स्टैंडर्ड वन फॉर एग्जांपल जेनेटिक. इसमें आपको ऐसा कोई चीज दिख रहा है आपको जो इसमें आपको लग रहा है डिस्कस करना है इसमें?
Maternity. I think maternity, we are advocating a lot with women seafarers being on board. Maternity is something that we really need to think on in that case.
Which one you are saying?
Maternity.
Maternity, we can work on that.
The maternity is one thing that we really need to work.
ऑक्यूपेशनल भी कवर्ड है सर, लेकिन ऑक्यूपेशनल में एक ही कवर्ड नहीं है जहाँ पे उसने लिखा है न्यूक्लियर रेडिएशन, जो उसके पहले वाला था. फॉर एग्जांपल अगर वेसल पे कुछ न्यूक्लियर का रिलेटेड है और उसके रेडिएशन से कुछ होता है, ओनली दैट इज नॉट कवर्ड.
Dental is not covered, sir. Not covered.
Dental is never covered, sir. किधर
Allergies.
कवर मिलता है डेंटल?
डेंटल तो उसमें
वो
आ जाएगा
देना
ना outpatient में.
अभी हम लोग को जो मिल रहा है पहले वो ले ले, बाद में देखेंगे आगे.
So,
Can you tell me the number that we are looking like 5,000 or 10,000 seafarers together at one time? Yeah, but that is for the level of ITFS that you're having. I'm talking about no. What you want is another thing, sir. आपको पता है कि there are these fly by night और जो छोटे जो ऑपरेटर्स हैं ना वो 30 लाख का CBA साइन करते हैं और वो उनको लोग भेज देते हैं. जब आप एग्री कर रहे हैं CBA के ऊपर तो आगे क्या करेंगे?
We are expecting around 10,000 people, but 10,000 मतलब लॉन्ग टर्म में एकदम नहीं, बट दे आर एक्सपेक्टिंग कि 10,000 इंडिया से आ जाएगा, राइट? उसके ऊपर और होता है तो फिर और नेगोशिएट कर सकते हैं.
1 year.
1 year. तो और कम हो जाएगा प्रीमियम. या सो दिस इज थर्ड फीडबैक. 1 लाख के ऊपर भी हम लोग एक प्रोजेक्शन पे लेकर रखते हैं ताकि वो भी एक हो जाए, राइट? यस 4 के सर अभी तो 6 लाख हो रहा है ना सर. 1 लाख करेंगे तो कितना 1 डॉलर तक आ जाएगा और क्या. उल्टा है क्या? तो रिवर्क करना पड़ेगा.
I think can we? Are we done
one
with
question.
this?
One question on the legal part, Captain Daniel sir. Is it something that MLC states that MLC doesn't state, right?
Then Lloyds will not cover it now. ये
This-
as per MLC कर रहे हैं.
This product is
So you have to then, that
So-
is true actually.
so. In what circumstances legal expenses come into the picture?
So that then you have to read MLC now.
So this
MLC says owner has to ensure the repatriation is done. वो फंस गया है, तो legal is part of that, no?
Right.
Our Gautam. So basically, the question here that since we have him, is if the quantity that we are talking about 5,000 to 10,000, if that is what is going to increase to a higher number that he is sending, which looks a little diminishing as of now, but yet if we keep it on a higher number and we ask the administration to come along with it and then join hands, is it possible to reduce it to like really low?
I won't be able to comment on that because we, as Mayfair, do not get involved with pricing. It is done back in London. So
Definitely, I have raised this question so that you can go back and
yes,
get that
definitely.
solution, because then we can actually sit with the administration and make that as a regulation, not just as a product that we want to sell through one association something, but it can be a product which can be available for anybody and everybody, and then it will make sense to have a smaller number of premium and then get it. That's what it looks
understood.
like. No?
Understood. I'll take it back.
Thank you.
Any other feedback from anyone from that side? You feel that any contribution, any ideas where we can make this?
So typically, so currently we've looked at a proposal of cover for $5,000 under outpatient treatment. So if cancer is something that was not identified in the PMA, then it will be covered. But if it was identified,
ऑन बोर्ड में है तो कवर है सर, लेकिन जब प्री एम्प्लॉयमेंट के टाइम पे जब चेक होता है उसमें अगर कैंसर आइडेंटिफाई हो गया है, दैट मींस वी आर आवरसेल्फ इज नॉट गोइंग टू सेंड देम,
then it won't be covered. It will not be sent.
Then it is covered.
Chemical का again exclusion.
Yes, it's covered.
So it's currently capped to 5,000. But we can enhance it, you know, if there's a requirement.
सर वो लिमिट तो हमने डिसाइड किया ना, अगर हम लोग 10,000 बोलेंगे तो वो लोग 10 भी दे देगा.
ट्रैवल नहीं. Correct. Correct. But
सर अभी वो कैंसर बोल के नहीं सोचा ना, वहाँ पे तो एक्सीडेंट भी है या और कोई सिकनेस भी है, उसके लिए कवर किया है. वो तो ऐसे टॉपिक आ गया बोलकर हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं, राइट?
सर मैं इसमें एक चीज़ ऐड करना चाहता हूँ. जो ये आप प्रोडक्ट देख रहे हैं, ये प्रोडक्ट जो है ये लंदन में जो सीफेयर एसोसिएशन है, अंडर राइटर्स जो हैं, मतलब उन्होंने काफ़ी टाइम के यूजेज के बाद बनाया है. तो आपके जो एप्रीहेंशंस हैं वो बिल्कुल सही हैं, लेकिन ये प्रोडक्ट वैसे बना है जिसका कि मैक्सिमम यूटिलाइजेशन हो और प्राइसिंग मीनिंगफुल रहे. आज कवर बढ़ाना इज़ वेरी इजी. हम आपने बोला $1 मिलियन भी कम कर पड़ता है, दैट्स फाइन. मेरे पास लाइव्स हैं जो मैं यूएस में कवर करता हूँ, $2 मिलियन का कवर देता हूँ, क्योंकि वहाँ पे सर्विसिंग वैसी है. बट हमारे लोग शिप पर हैं. जब शिप पर हैं तो मैं उनको शिप में कवर कर रहा हूँ. शिप इज़ मूविंग अराउंड द वर्ल्ड, तो मैं उनको कितना भी बड़ा कवर दे दूँ एंड दे विल हैव टू रीच समवेयर टू गेट द ट्रीटमेंट डन. अगर ये मेरे हाथ में है तो आई विल सी के मतलब मेरे कंट्री से बेटर तो सर्विसिंग कहीं नहीं है. टाइप ऑफ क्वालिटी ऑफ सर्विस एंड कॉस्ट ऑफ सर्विस बोथ. तो मेरा तो इंटेंशन हमेशा यही है. इवन एक्सपैट्स, वी आर कवरिंग ऑलमोस्ट 50,000 एक्सपैट्स, इंडियन एक्सपैट्स और वर्किंग आउटसाइड. हम उनको वहाँ से इंडिया आने का फेयर भी देते हैं कि आप वहाँ ट्रीटमेंट मत कराइए, यहीं कराइए, बिकॉज यू आर कंफर्टेबल, योर फैमिली इज क्लोजर इफ यू हैव अ मेजर ट्रीटमेंट डन, एंड दे ऑलवेज प्रेफर सर. सो ये जो कवर आप देख रहे हैं ना सर, दिस इज समथिंग विच इज मोस्ट सुटेबल फॉर आर रिक्वायरमेंट. एज अ रिक्रूटर, एज अ ओनर, यू वांट टू गिव देम द कवर. इसके बाद सर इफ्स एंड बट्स बहुत हर एक चीज़ पे हम कर सकते हैं, बट दिस इज द मोस्ट अप्रोप्रिएट सर विद द राइट प्राइसिंग.
मतलब 95% ऑफ द एलिमेंट्स इन इंडिया, 95% और जनरली विद इन 5 lakhs. अब अगर आप हम लोग बोलेंगे तो अब जैसे कोविड आ गया या है, उसके लिए तो 5 लाख या 25 लाख भी बस नहीं है, राइट?
इससे ही बोल रहे हैं सर आप. यस, क्योंकि वो वहाँ पे हम उसको रख भी नहीं सकते ना सर. उसके बाद तो फिर डेफिनेटली मेजर ट्रीटमेंट के लिए लाना ही पड़ेगा.
Have it over drinks. Very soon we'll be going to start with the bar counter. And can I call on Mr. Neil from Birla Mutual Fund? Is Mr. Neil there from Birla Mutual Fund? Last call for Mr. Neil, Birla Mutual Fund. If not, then we are opening the bar. The bar is open. If I say the bar is open, no one's going to hear Neil. आइए नील, सब आइए. सर आप पहले ऊपर आइए, अदरवाइज उड़ जाएंगे सब. आइए आइए आइए. नो दे विल गेट ऑन. हाँ अच्छा, उसका वो नो नो. अरे तू HDMI लगा ना इधर. हेलो HDMI निकाल, तो छोड़ उसको.
How many of you want to be rich? Hello? All those who are at the bar.
You want to be rich?
Hi everyone. Excuse me. Yeah. तो अभी मैं हर जगह
हुआ नहीं हो रहा तो छोड़ दिखा क्यों एफआई किया क्या थोड़ा उसकी हिला कनेक्ट ना होता नाही त्याचा HDMI पोर्टचा भागात बसलेला दिवसभर तर आपण चालवला
all seated for another 10 minutes. If I were to ask you, I don't know, I mean, sure? Okay. Okay, everyone standing there at the counter, how many of you have heard about mutual funds? If you have heard about mutual funds, you can raise your hand. Have you heard of mutual funds? Okay. So if you have heard of mutual funds, my next question for you is, what is it that you have heard of mutual funds? Investment sahi hai. Thank you very much. I think that's very great. So what's your name? Abhishek Gupta. That's great. I think mutual fund sahi hai is something that we have all heard. And if you have heard of mutual fund sahi hai, then the next thing that I would ask you, if you have all heard about, is there anything else that you have heard about mutual funds? If they are not coming, I'll go there. अरे वो लोग नहीं आ रहे तो मैं ही जा रहा हूँ वहाँ. हाँ? वो उनको Okay, sure. Sorry, Anand sir, I was thinking I'll go there. So yes, I think Gupta sir has told a very nice thing, that जब भी हम म्यूचुअल फंड्स के बारे में सुनते हैं तो म्यूचुअल फंड सही है ये सुनते हैं, लेकिन क्या हम और कोई स्टेटमेंट भी सुने म्यूचुअल फंड के बारे में? सर आप ही बता सकते हैं. Thank you very much. Right, that is another statement that we have heard a lot of times. Can anyone tell me what that statement is? I think, sir, shall we wait for everyone to get the glass and sit at the table? ऐसे? Okay. ठीक. So what is that other statement? The other statement is mutual funds are subject to market risk. Read all scheme related documents carefully, right? Perfect, perfect. So again, I'll ask my same question again, that if you want to be rich, in what way does mutual fund help you to become rich? Okay, I heard a lot about shipping, and many okay, let me ask you one simple question. How many of you are here from the shipping industry? How many of you here are from the shipping industry? No hand going up. How many of you are from shipping industry? I can see only 4-5 hands going up. यही चारों है, right? Perfect. So what is the purpose of having a ship? Is it okay if I have a ship and it's parked in the harbor? I have a ship and that ship is only parked in the harbor. Is that the purpose why I have a ship? No. Okay. But I have always seen ships at the harbor, and I feel that ships are always at the harbor. So then what is the purpose of having a ship? Is a ship designed for going on the waters? Is the ship designed for you to go from one place to another place? Is a ship designed for you to use it in a commercial way and make profits out of it? Is it? Yes. And the same is true when it comes to money. Money is created. जब भी आप पैसे कमाते हो, and I'm sure that many of you are salaried employees, right? So there's a default setting for your money also. Like there's a default setting for a ship. What's the default setting for a ship? The ship is in the harbor. What's the default setting for your money? The default setting for your money is it is in your bank account. And I need to constantly ask myself, am I working this hard for my money to be in my bank account only? Or should I put my money to work just as how I put my ship to work? I put my ship to work so that I carry goods from one place to another place and I get a commercial element out of it. And the same is true when it comes to money also. I need to put my money somewhere so that I get a decent return over a period of time. And for me to get that decent return over a time is where mutual funds comes into place. And when we talks about mutual fund, keep in mind that there are very few types of mutual funds. And I'm going to make it very simplified for you. You've got an equity mutual fund, you've got a debt mutual fund, and you've got something that we call as a hybrid mutual funds. For beginners, that's the most basic thing that we need to keep in mind. So when we're looking at equity mutual fund, it is something that is going to help you create capital appreciation over a period of time. And at the same time, it is going to help you to create wealth over time. But then all my money, I'm not going to keep it for long term. I need to keep my money also for short term. And when I say long term or short term, what I'm talking about is nothing but a goal planning perspective. अगर मैं यहाँ पे पूछूँ आप लोगों से कि कितने लोगों को घर खरीदना है, maybe after 10 years, your answer might be yes. But at the same time, you want to upgrade your mobile phone after 6 months. So the goal for 6 months is buying a new mobile phone. But after 10 years, you want to buy a house. Different goals, different mutual funds. You have one goal, which is a long-term goal. You have an equity mutual fund for it. You have one goal, which is a short-term goal. You have a debt mutual fund for it. And there is a goal, which is probably at the end of 3 years or 4 years. Maybe I want to buy a car after 3 years. I need to keep in mind that I can take a little bit of risk as compared to a debt fund, but not that much risk as much as a pure equity fund. And I can probably take the help of a hybrid fund, which is nothing but a mix of debt and equity. Debt is giving my portfolio that kind of a capital protection approach. And equity is what is giving my portfolio a wealth creation or a capital appreciation approach. And I need to have a mixture of both so that over a period of time, I can create a sustainable wealth for my clients. So I always say that, you are from the shipping industry, and while you are from a shipping industry, it is very essential that you understand the link of IMF, right? And what we have IMF for you is nothing but International Maritime Federation. For me, IMF would mean investing in mutual funds, right? So on that basis, I was just given 10 minutes. I think I'm just interacting with you for 10 minutes, but enjoy your evening and have a wonderful time. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.